go to the Mahadhuni.
Mahadhuni is live.
Not that one. Yeah, live, right? Yeah. No group, no.
Yeah.
Mahi. That's a cow dung cake, right? There in the yes. Yeah. Yes, yes. You start playing. Start playing. Yeah. You start the Aarti. Yes. Which one? Oh. Matches. Okay. அந்த உணர் கரண்ட் And Mahi Ganesh Vanda. Ganapati Vandana. Must be careful. Let's start. But yes, yes. Huh? Okay, please join with us. Yeah, for the Aarti, no? You are the host, you have to. Okay. I'm okay.
साईनाथ महाराज की जय। आरती साईं बाबा सौख्यदाता जीवा कल्याण जगदारी जावा दासा विसावा भक्ता विसावा। आरती साईं बाबा दारुणी आनंद स्वरूपी हरिभंग मोक्ष जनाधारी नित्य गोला श्रीरंग गोला श्रीरंग। आरती साईं बाबा जयमणि जैसा भाव जया जैसा अनुभव साविसी दया ऐसी तुझी माव तुझी माव। आरती साईं बाबा तुमके नाम जाता हरि संस्कृति गाथा आगाध तब धरणी मार्ग जानी सियानाथा जानी सियानाथा। आरती साईं बाबा कलयुगी अवतार संसार नमस्कार अवतीर्ण छाया श्री स्वामी दत्तादिगंबर। आरती साईं बाबा पाठारे सगुरुवारी भक्तरी तिवारी प्रभु पद पावना भया निवारी भया निवारी। आरती साईं बाबा आघारी जगव्य केवा तब चरण रज सेवा मागनी विचियाता तुम्हा देवादिदेवा देवादिदेवा। आरती साईं बाबा उचित दिन जातक सोया निज सूत आजा में माधवाया आपूली भागत आपूली भागत। आरती साईं बाबा Sai Baba Ramavaya, Swami Ramavaya, Sai Baba Ramavaya, Shuddha Bhakti Chandra Bhaga, Pundalika Jata, Pundalika Jata, Pundalika Jata, Yaho Yaho Agre Kaya, Karu Baba Sivandana, Sai Sivandana, Karu Baba Sivandana, Kadhari Baba Sai, Baba Jai Rai, Baba Jai Rai, Baba Jai Rai. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Maharaj ki jai.
Yes, we can. Om Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Mageshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. This is not a homam. This is Dhuni. Homam is a different culture. That's a different tradition. That got its own protocols. This is Dhuni practiced by the Nath Sampradaya yogis, which our Nath, Sainath, he followed this. As a practice, we are following that. So this is Dhuni, not Homam. Okay, Homam got its own rules and regulations. Okay, right? Live, right? Yeah. You can check there if that's going live or not. So as part of the tradition, I'm also following this Dhuni. Okay. So here, this is, I've been told that satsang it got certain protocols, but my satsang is all about discussing about our guru. I have, before getting into that, let me introduce myself. I'm Murali Kanna. I'm from Chennai, actually, but now I'm living in Shirdi. For the past 1.5 years, I'm living in Shirdi because I'm doing a research there about our Baba and his Guru Sampradaya, his Guru Parampara. See why I have to do the research on Guru Parampara about our Baba, because we know that our Sainath, such a personality that, we got. I just want to know who, developed him as such a, spiritual personality. So I want to know that Guru that gave us our Guru. Got it? So that was the idea behind my research. But when I got into this research, I got into a very big thing. Our Sainath took a Vishwarup in my understanding. Okay. What we know about him through Sat Charitra, yes, of course, it is, with all the due respect, without Sat Charitra, we don't know about him, right? But his spiritual stature is not contained within the Sat Charitra, it is more than that. That is what I encountered when I did the research. And that's what I wanted to discuss here. And another reason, is I'm taking a mission where there should be no one between Sai Baba and a devotee. It should be only the devotee and Sai Baba. Because we are giving the space between Sai Baba and his devotee, there are certain things happening in Baba's community. Hope you know about all that. Scams are going on. Misunderstanding and misleading devotees on his name. As his devotee, I don't want that to happen. So I'm here to spread this knowledge so that every devotee will have their own understanding about Baba, so that there will be a direct communion between a devotee and Baba. So my ultimate objective is to wipe out the middleman in between, okay? Because anyone can have a direct communion with Baba. It is that simple. Only through understanding his life and teachings. If we understand his life and teachings, that is enough. One can have a direct communion with Baba. So this satsang is all about that, where we will understand Baba through his life and his teachings. That's one part. The end part of this satsang, where I will teach you some yoga, which I learned. Okay, so this is the agenda of this satsang, where I will be talking about our Baba, his life and teachings. Then, end of that, we're going to have yoga sessions. So before that, let me talk some more about me. As any other devotee, I started my life. I born and brought up in Chennai, and there is a place called Mylapore, which got one of the oldest Baba Mandir, more than 80 years old mandir is there, which was started by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Hope you people know B.V. Narasimha Swami, right? Yeah. B.V. Narasimha Swami is from Coimbatore. He came to Shirdi in search of Guru. Then he settled down in Shirdi. He realized that Baba is his Guru. And then he started writing about him. And then he started World Sai Samaj. Coming back to Chennai, in Mylapore, he started the World Sai Samaj. Got it? And one more thing, the smoke is very good for us. So I just want to tell you that maybe some discomfort, but inhaling this will give, because see, these are a very rare 9 herbs I have added in that. So the smoke contains that. Okay? Yeah. So please go with that. Okay. Now coming back, like any other devotee, I started my life in my neighborhood called Mylapore, where I born and brought up. And there is a Baba Mandir, which was built by B.V. Narasimha Swami, which is just less than 2 minutes walkable distance from my home. So I used to play there with my friends. I'm talking about, now I'm 53. I'm talking about when I was like 2, 3 years old. I used to play there. When I play there, that is how I got to know about our Sadguru. I used to always think that, why he is so different than other gurus or other deities. I started thinking why he looks so good, different. With a simple white kafni, just sitting there, right? And he did wonderful job. We call it as miracle. Okay, we'll come to that later, but this is how it is, right? So I was wondering, who is this guy? He did such a marvelous job, but sitting there with that dirty kafni, torn kafni, and doing all this job. So I want to know more about him. But that age, I know only the serials and dramas and movies. That was the only way I can know about. That time I didn't have access to read Satcharitra because I don't know Satcharitra is there. Just like that, I was playing there in the mandir. It went on. Then life took its own twists and turns in my life. I went all that stuff. But when I came back to India, I was working in USA for a quite long time. When I came back to India, for personal reasons, I came back to India. This thing was there in my mind that I want to know him. Because, personally, he did a lot for me. So I just want to know him because the way he is. It is not for what he did to me. He did a lot to me. That's a different thing. But I just want to know him, why he is like that. Getting my point? Why he is helping people. Why he is sitting in that dilapidated mask and helping people. Dwarkamai will be like this. Sitting near the Dhuni, he will be talking like that. Okay. So I just want to know why he is doing all this. And when this thing started, there was one personal thing happened in my life. That is that during 2011, when I came back to India, I came back to India to take care of my dad. That's the personal thing. I just wanted to take care of him. But within some few months, he passed away. And when he passed away, he was so close to me that I started missing him a lot. Got it? And right from my childhood, I carried a lot of questions. What is this all about? Where is God? What is God? What is this all about? Why good people are suffering? What is this universe is? Because I used to read a lot. And because of that, I carried a lot of confusions and questions. Why the Milky Way is there? Why the sun is there? Why we are here? Why there are a lot of diseases? Why good and bad? Everything. I started asking such questions when I was like this little fellows. But okay, life went on like that. When I grew up, I started reading cosmology, quantum physics, and all that stuff. And that triggered a lot of questions in me. What is this all about? And after that, I went to USA working there. And when I came back to take care of my dad, he passed away. And I was that was a personal, tragedy for me because he was so close to me. And what happened that evening after I cremated him, when I came back home, because of lot of ritual, I slept. Why I'm saying that? Because the day I realized him as my Sadguru. So I'm just giving this introduction. Okay, so that night I, fall asleep because I'm so tired. And then when I got up the next day morning, it took some few seconds for me to realize that my dad is not there. It was so painful. That night, I was little, I got an aversion. I developed an aversion to sleep because if I get up next day morning, I will get up with the thought that he is not there. So I was, developed that aversion to sleep because when I go to sleep next day morning, again the same thing repeated. Dad is not there. Right? So it went on days and days and days. So it became so intense that, mentally I'm gone. Something like that. One day, after some weeks, I slept. In the dream, my dad came. So I asked my mom, how is that possible? He's there. Mom said, okay, anyway, he's back. Be happy. So I was happy. Again, I got up. It was a dream. It was more pain. Getting right? It was some more pain for me. Again, it continued for days and days and weeks. Every day, the dream repeated. Every day, every single day, the dream repeated. And the next day morning, it was like I wrote it in my book like a dagger is on me, a knife passing on me. Every morning when I'm getting up, I'm getting with that pain. It was a pain. Okay, so it developed a thing. One day, after some few weeks, like 1.5 months, I slept. Dream came. He also came, my dad. But in the dream, I was telling myself that this is dream. Don't fall for it. This is a dream. If you wake up, he won't be there. So don't fall for it. When I woke up, there was no pain. But there is something else took my brain that who was that warning me in the dream? Getting me? Right? Follow me. Okay. So I started asking the question, who was that, keeping me aware of that in that dream? That, because already I'm into so many questions, you can call it as a spiritual thing, whatever it is, that made me to search for the truth. And then I left my home. I was searching here and there. I went to Tiruvannamalai. I hope you guys know Tiruvannamalai. It is in South. Yeah. I stayed there for 10, 15 days, something like that, because one of my friends said, a lot of yogis, swamis are there. You can ask them. Because I was carrying tons and tons of questions on me to know what is this all about. But because, suddenly one day everything becomes, meaningless for me. Why we are living? Why this existence is? Okay, we can understand from the day we born, from the day we're going to go. In between, we do something, we call it as a life, but what is the meaning of that? Right? So I want to know. I asked many people, many yogis, swamis, because my question was like that. It's all about the creation. I was questioning the creation, how this creation came into existence and all those stuff. Okay, there is a stereotype explanation for that. God is there, God created. I was not able to believe because that is a fundamental question like, if God created everything, then who created the God? We all carry that question, right? Who created God? If God created everything, who created? So again, I didn't get convinced of all this. So it was a failure for me, my stay in Tiruvannamalai. Only one guy, he said like, I don't know. I have to appreciate that guy. And then I came back to Chennai because I have some business commitments. That time I started my own business. So it's Baba's blessings still going on good. And so I came back to Chennai and life went on like that. And one day, I got a very good partnership offer from Bangalore, so I went and settled down in Bangalore. Slowly, that thing faded away, fading away from my brain. And slowly I was getting into my life. And what happened when I was in Bangalore, this was my routine. Every day when I'm coming back from the office, mine is a big apartment like this, I will open because I have a lot of, habit of watching the sky. So what I will do, I will grab my dinner, I'll come back to the balcony, I will have my dinner, I will watch the sky, I will watch the opposite apartment, I will watch the kids playing. This was my routine every day. It was going on like that. One day, when I came back home, on the way, on the opposite apartment, I saw a lot of people gathered there. I asked the security guy what's going on. The security guy said, that is a girl. See, I forgot to tell you, when one of my routine to watch is a girl, she used to dry her clothes in the evening. Strangely, evening she will dry the clothes. So it was going on. And one day when I was back, a lot of people, I asked the security guy, and the security guy said, the girl, dead. She took her life on her own, like that. I was like, oh my God. Then I came back home, I took my shower, grabbed the dinner. On my routine, I opened the balcony door and I sat. And then the opposite house, that hangers, all that empty. Everything was there. The kids are playing, people are walking, sky is there, star is there, moon is there, but the girl is not there. And that brought me back my dad, the pain of missing him. That brought it back. And I started thinking, without the pain, I started thinking, what is that? What made me to be aware in the dream? What is this all about? And it went on to an extent so intense that I forgot to go to my work. I was sitting in the balcony looking at the sky all the day. And certain thing happened there. And one day, after some few days, I realized, in my experience, I got all the answers of what I was looking for. And that day I realized he is my Sadguru, Shirdi Sai. Following me, right? That day I realized he is my Sadguru. And all my search came to an, I narrowed down. Now I started doing yoga. I went on to, the southernmost part of Tamil Nadu, where the Sadaragiri, all that, Kollimalai, all that places, where there are hardcore yogis are there. From them, I given the Diksha to learn the kind of a Kriya Yoga. So I got that knowledge and I started practicing that for years and years. I can say like 12 years, I was practicing that. In that 12 years, what I learned, it is a kind of a Samadhipat yoga. Hope you guys know about that, right? Kriya Yoga, Samadhipat. Any of you know that? Samadhipat, Shaktipat. Yeah, okay. Right? Yeah, Kundalini Yoga and all that stuff, right? So that's what I learned in all that when I was practicing that for 12 years. And then in the 2024 September, I came to Shirdi. I started living in Shirdi because I wanted to write a book about Baba, about his Guru Parampara. When I started living there, I started doing my research because Baba is a combination of Sufi Sampradaya. You know about Sufi, right? Sufis and Nath Sampradaya. So I was doing my research on the Sufi side and also on the Nath Sampradaya side, like Machen Nath, Gorakhnath, and that. When I was doing my research on the Sufi side, they have their own Naam Jap. They call it as a Zikr or Dhikr. When I was, doing the research, I started learning that also. When I started learning, certain things happened in my life personally, and I was living alone in Shirdi. It was just me and my fakir, just living in that apartment. I started practicing the combination of what I learned in that 12 years with that what I learned recently, the Zikr. That instantly, whatever it took for me to, reach a stage of consciousness will take some 4 hours or 5 hours. After combining this, the Zikr, Naam Jap, actually, the Naam Jap and my Kriya Yoga, that, instantly pushed me within some 10-15 minutes into a state of, certain consciousness. Then I realized Nam Jap is that powerful. Because before that, I was a hardcore Kriya Yoga practitioner. I never considered Nam Jap. But when I encountered this, then I know Nam Jap is so powerful, so super powerful. Then I started practicing that, combining whatever I learned with the Nam Jap. Whatever took 4 hours or 5 hours, it took only 10 minutes and 15 minutes for me to reach that state of consciousness. Got it? So that's what he blessed me when I was staying there. This is a small introduction about me. Okay? Why I'm talking about all this? Because I was saying that we have to understand Baba. That is what it is about. And when I did my research, I got a factual data about him, which is little above than the Satcharitra. What is not mentioned in Satcharitra, which I came across, which I'm going to share here, which I little bit, jotted in my book, but I'm going to share that here. Why I'm sharing that here? Because I want all of us to learn about him. If by learning about his life and teachings, we'll have a better understanding about Sai. And why we need that? Because we all know we have a lot of challenges, physical, emotional, mental challenges that we are facing, that we can easily handle, because that's my personal experience. I went through many things, but after this knowledge that I got it from my fakir, that gave me the enough power and balance to handle and face that. Then I realized it is very, very important to learn such things. For the kids, it is very, very important than the grown-ups. That's what I thought. Because we have mental conditions, right? It will take some time to clear that and to understand. But the kids are very tender. If they learn about Baba as it is, his way of living and teaching, I think they will have a better future. The way they grew up, right? That's what, that's my intention. And if we learn, going back, you can also pass on this information, share with others that what I explored about Sai. That's what I'm going to share. I'm going to share two information. One is about his life and his teachings. Okay? So let me start from his life. So before starting, I just want to throw some questions. I want to ask some questions that what do people know about him? Shall I start from here? What do you know about Sai? Who is he? Whatever you know. No idea. Yeah. Who is Sai Baba? Anything? He's a God. Wait. He is. Okay. What do you know about Sai Baba? What's that? Okay. 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 Now I'll go back. Anyone know who is Sai Baba? I just want you guys to participate and share your knowledge. We can pause on the mic. Green light is there, right? Whatever you know, whatever.
सेंट थे जो दुनिया का कल्याण करने के लिए आए थे शिरडी में। बारात में आए थे एक में पहले ना।
Okay.
तो उसके बाद फिर उन्होंने आके लोगों का जो देखा कैसे लोग हैं, क्या क्या और कैसी जरूरत है, उनकी मुश्किलें क्या है, उनको हल करने की कोशिश की उन्होंने। उनके अपने पास तो कुछ नहीं था, मांग के ही वो खाना खाते थे, और जो भी आता था उनके, चाहे पक्षी चाहे जानवर कोई भी आता था उनको भी खिलाते थे, और सबके साथ एक जैसा उनका
Yes. Okay. Sandhya. What she said? What she said? This way.
I think he was a spiritual man.
truly spiritual man, or he have a lot of unbelievable energy. है ना? It's not only magic, it's above of the magic. ठीक? He was belong to none of any religious, Hindu or Muslim. No.
You mean to say he is?
It's a think of out of box here. That's it.
He doesn't carry a religious identity. That's what you're saying. Yes.
So very true.
Yeah.
It's not belong to any category of casteism or religious, or just a human being.
Yes.
That's it. So
That's a perfect.
every person
That's a perfect way of
believe
defining.
in sign. About Muslim, yeah. You see, na? Sufi Sant.
Yes.
Sufi
Sant.
belong to only Muslim reasons.
Yes.
But it's only belief. And it's a follow and they got connected. So वो एक way था उनका. Just
Okay. Okay. That's great.
Well, like she said that Sai is God. I came in Science fold in 1991 when I gave my 10th board. I also used to take him as a God only. Why I said I used to take him as a God? In fact, till 2002 also I used to take him as a God. One day my father-in-law, he asked me a question, Meenakshi, who is your East? I said Sai Baba. He said, no, wo to Sant hai. He is a saint. I'm asking, who is your East? I said, no, I take him as God only. For me, he is everything. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, in the temple, in my own puja ghar, like there are so many images, so many idols, so many murtis, but why do I keep on looking at him only for everything, whatever I want, whatever I, even if I have to be grateful for anything. So that is my personal feeling regarding Sai. And I take him as, my father also, my brother also. But as far as the question who Sai is, I feel that as sister, she said that he was above human. That I fully agree. And he was naturally the one who brought all both the religions, that is Muslims and Hindus, together. He acted as a bridge between those two religions, and he used to say that I belong to Brahmin, Parthudi Brahmin. Yeah, he used to say that, and from inside, I do believe that he belonged to Brahmin caste. I believe that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know why. Maybe personal biasness, you can say, because I myself, I'm
As
Hindu.
you said, that's the personal bias.
Yeah, you can say that. But yes, he had spiritual powers, and he had reached that stage of yoga where he had. This is what we have read in Satcharitra only. He had reached very high level in yoga also, due to which he was able to perform many things which we had read in Satcharitra. And yes, I feel that he is capable of bestowing any kind of wish, any kind of blessing. And if I feel that he is with me, I feel safe and secure. This is my personal feeling.
Okay.
And he is like all in all for me.
Okay. Thank you. Start.
So when I was in college in Mumbai, we used to visit Shirdi quite often, but I never understood the significance, But as things happened and things moved on, at some point in my life, I went through some difficult stages. And I remember one day I was in Shirdi, and me and my daughter, we were just walking, and there's written, one statement is written in Sai Satchitritra that if somebody asks for something, don't curse him.
Yes.
You don't want to give him, just walk away, but never curse him. So, so there were a lot of people who were asking for money, and I was just ignoring. And in my mind, when I was in that difficult stage of my life, I was, asking Baba, why me? Why are you making me suffer all this? And you won't believe that miracle. Me and my daughter, we just sat in an auto rickshaw, and there's an old man who came, and he asked he spoke in English to me and he said, "Do you have 2 rupees?" And I ignored. And then, we just went away. And my daughter said, "Papa, did you hear what he said?" I said, "No." "He was speaking in English to you." I said, "Yeah." He was asking money, but he was asking 2 rupees.
Yeah.
And I looked back and he was nowhere.
Oh wow. Okay.
And if you've read Sai Satra, you would know that significance of 2 rupees is Shraddha Saburi.
Yes.
Faith
Yeah.
and devotion. So there have been so many miracles in my life like that. I just told you one. And I have had many questions in my life, and I was able to resonate with what you just said. My dad passed away last month, and I was having all these questions in my mind. Where has he gone? Just like you, I was watching Sky a couple of days back in my hometown.
Coming in the dream a bit.
And he was coming in my dream every day.
Oh my God. Okay.
And my dad has a habit of shaking hands. Okay, the next day he came in my dream and he said, he shook my hand. He said, "Promise me you will lead a good life. I'm going, but you'll lead a good life." And he just went away. But I now realize that these divine things have happened because God has chosen me,
Yes.
and the people that he chooses are blessed in a way because he makes them go through those difficult stages to realize the significance of his hand, his blessings, his divine path, which normal people will not understand, will never understand. It's only when you go through those difficult times, like how you went through,
Yes.
you have come closer to him.
Yes.
And I started reading all those religious books only when I faced those difficulties in my life.
Got it.
Right. And there have been so many religious books around. And I feel that single book is like a summary of all the religious books that we have.
Satcharitra.
Satcharitra,
Wow. Okay.
So it's a summary of Bhagavad Gita. It's a summary of Ramayana.
Wow.
You don't need to go through all those books, and you just reading a single book, you would realize what is there in life and how you should lead a life.
Yes.
And so, I don't need to explain what he is for me. But
Yes.
I have had, since 91 we have been going, but slowly in my life as things progressed, I've now understood the significance of his presence in our lives.
Okay.
And good to hear from your experience. I especially came down, just to hear your experience.
That's great. Thank you.
Om Sai Ram.
Oh, Sarah.
So, Anna, my introduction to Sai was through Meenakshi when we got married. And before that, I never knew that Sai Baba, such kind of a person existed
Okay.
on earth in a human form, although he's still here among us. So, initially, I used to pray him just because Meenakshi was doing it. So, just for sake of that. And otherwise, I don't have any faith like today, the kind of today I have. So then in life, certain, things happened which were very challenging. You can say from the career point of view, from the health, from the children. So slowly, as he said, you don't choose Baba. Baba chooses you. He selects you. He makes you believe in him. So there are numerous examples where he blessed me. You can say miracles happened with me. Smaller one, bigger one. Unbelievable miracles happened with me. And you know why it happened? Because I kept tested him. I always said, no, I don't believe you. You are not a God. Because Meenakshi and I had always a different opinion. She said he's God. I said, no, he's not a God. God is Ramji, Krishnji.
Yes.
He's a saint.
Yes.
So we used to argue on that part. She even cried on these things that why I don't believe him. But my Isht was Ramji. Still he is my Isht. But there's one miracle when I tested him. One day when I went to bed, my whole this area was in extreme pain.
Oh,
And
okay.
in no way it could be, healed in 3, 4, or 5 days. So I challenged him. Like, if you are really, even though before that instance also, he shown so many miracles to me. But I thought, if today I will challenge you, I knew it cannot heal. It cannot be healed in next 4 days. Heal it in the morning. In morning, my arm should move like this.
Oh,
Then I will believe you. Then in the morning when I woke up, I thought, okay, कल मैंने ये बोला था रात को. Let me check.
oh.
And it was perfectly moved. No, this is cheating. No, it can't happen. You want me to worship you. So those kind of incident happened, and of course today I believe in strongly in Namjap. Meenakshi forced me to came here. So there are so many things, so many books written on him, but I believe in Namjap. Om Sai, Om Sai, Om Sai, every time, every minute, every second.
That's all we needed.
I try to do that. So as many of you said, he's a God. It depends on you, how you look into him. I look to him as a mentor, as a guide. And whenever a difficult situation comes into my life, I go to him. And he solves it. I think he gave me more than what I deserved. I didn't deserve this good life. I think I'm a very selfish person. I still doubt him. But he gave me so much. Meenakshi says me, I'm totally grateful to him. I didn't deserve these kind of things which he gave to me. So, Sai, thank you. I always doubt you. I know. when I read Sai Sachitra, I really doubt. मैं नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, ये गलत है. So that's why I don't read Sai Sachitra, because but I know. But he gives me everything. Anything I ask him, he gives me, and gives me very quickly.
Yes.
So thank you, Sai. Thank you for giving me
Oh,
this
that's really
everything.
great.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
I always tell him that Sai is very smart. In order to, pull newcomers, he definitely is very smart. I have experienced this many times.
Exactly.
He is very smart. He is down. First get
Yeah.
ओम साई राम.
Yeah. Om Sai Ram.
बाबा जो मेरे लिए हैं, एक्चुअली जैसे इन्होंने बोला कि जब तक बाबा नहीं चाहेंगे आप उनके पास नहीं आ सकते.
हाँ.
ठीक है. तो जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं जब 8th क्लास में था तो दिल्ली में लोधी रोड मंदिर है. मेरे ख्याल शायद पूरे वर्ल्ड में मशहूर है वो मंदिर है. तो जो वो उस टाइम पे वो मंदिर बन रहा था. तो हम स्कूल से जाते थे, क्योंकि बाबा ने शायद हमें जोड़ना था अपने आप से. तो वहां पे छोटी छोटी दुकानें लगती थी, तो हम वहां पे ना अंगूठियां चोरी करने जाते थे. वहां से अंगूठियां चोरी की, वहां से हमने लॉकेट चोरी किए. मतलब बाबा को नहीं मानता था मैं, भाई फ्रैंकली. उस वक्त वहां से पंडित जी बाहर निकलते तो मैं पंडित जी को पकड़ लेता था. पंडित जी कौन है? तो पंडित जी बताओ, राम बड़े हैं कि बाबा बड़े हैं? ये क्वेश्चन था मेरा उनसे. तो पंडित जी मुझे बोलते नहीं, हमारे राम सबसे बड़े, लेकिन है तो बाबा भी साई राम. ठीक है. तो ऐसे ही मतलब, क्योंकि उस वक्त बाबा ने शायद अपने से मुझे नहीं जोड़ना था. तो उसके बाद गोल्फ लिंक्स दिल्ली में एक एरिया है, बड़ा पॉश एरिया है वहाँ पे. तो वहाँ पे हमारी शॉप हुआ करती थी. तो वहाँ पे ना सत्य सिंह बाबा आया करते थे. मतलब वहाँ पे एक घर था, उसमें से बहुत बड़ी कोठी थी. वहाँ पे को मिस्टर सोहनलाल थे, उनके घर में ये परती बाबा आया करते थे. तो सत्य सिंह बाबा, तो मैं ऐसे सत्य सिंह बाबा खड़े हुए, मैं इधर खड़ा हूँ यहाँ पे. एक बार हम क्रिकेट खेल रहे थे तो बॉल गई. बॉल जैसे ही वहां पे पहुंची, वहां पे सत्य सिंह बाबा के बिल्कुल पांव के पास बॉल पहुंची. मैं गया उसको उठाने के लिए, तो वो गाड़ी से उतरे. जैसे उतरे उनके पांव के पास गए, तो वहां पे जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था उसने एकदम मतलब साष्टांग प्रणाम किया बाबा जी को. लेकिन मैं नहीं जानता था उनको. मेरे को देखो चांस मिला, लेकिन मैं नहीं जानता था उनको. तो वो गिरा तो सिक्योरिटी वाले की टोपी गिरी. तो हम जो 2-3 लड़के थे, हमने मजाक उड़ाया. मैंने ये देखो बेवकूफ कैसे किसी के पाँव में गिर रहा है. लेकिन शायद वो बाबा अपने पास बुलाना चाहते थे। तो क्या हुआ कि मैं कुवैत चला गया। फर्स्ट डे जिस दिन मैं कुवैत लैंड किया, मैंने सत्य सिंह बाबा का भजन अटेंड किया वहां पे।
Okay.
और वहां से बाबा के साथ हम जुड़े। कुवैत में मतलब बाबा का हमने बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट करते थे। वहां से मेरा कनेक्शन शिरडी बाबा से हो गया।
Okay, okay. That way, okay.
शिरडी बाबा से हो गया। उसके बाद मैं आई थिंक 2010 में 2008 में शिरडी गया मैं। तो शिरडी में जब मैं गया तो मेरे को कुछ ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस हुए शिरडी में जाके कि बाबा का नीम का पेड़ है। तो ऐसे हम सब जाते हैं, हर किसी की ये इच्छा होती है कि हम ना पत्ता मिल जाए हमको, है ना। मैं जा रहा था, बाबा का एक वहां पे पत्ता गिरा, मेरे पीछे भी लोग थे, उन्होंने मुझे धक्का दिया और सब जो है ना सब उस पत्ते को ढूंढने लगे।
Yes.
किसी को नहीं मिला वो। और मैं वहां पे गया, मैंने उसको ना ऐसे उठाया, किसी को नहीं दिखा वो। तो बाबा ने मुझे पहला साइन दिया वो कि उसके बाद मैं वहां पे गया। मेरे एक ना अभी भी मेरे घर में वो कैलेंडर है, मतलब हमने फ्रेम करा के रखा हुआ। हमने कभी उसको यूज नहीं किया कैलेंडर एज ए कैलेंडर, ऐसे सीधा ही रखा हुआ है फ्रेम करवा के। तो मैं वहां से लेके आया, तो मैं पुणे एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर था, एक सडनली कोई आदमी आया मेरे पास।
अच्छा।
बोलते ये क्या है? कैलेंडर है बाबा का। मैंने हाँ बाबा का कैलेंडर है। तो उसने बोला कि आप इसको घर में जाके नॉर्थ की दीवार में लगाना, ये आपको बहुत फायदा देगा। सडनली कोई आया, किसी ने कैसे बोला, मैं आया, क्योंकि मेरे लिए तो बाबा हर जगह है। मेरी वाइफ मानते कि ये नॉर्थ है, ये साउथ है, ये ईस्ट है, वेस्ट है, मेरे लिए कोई नहीं, मेरे लिए तो सब जगह बाबा है। सारी दिशाएं उनकी, है ना, सारे काम उनके। तो बस वहां से फिर बाबा से हमारा ऐसा जुड़ाव हो गया कि हम बाबा हर साल हमें शिरडी में बुलाते, हर साल कुछ नए नए एक्सपीरियंस देते, नए नए। तो हम बाबा से ऐसे ही जुड़ते रहे। हमारे लिए लोग बोलते हैं, कोई बोलते हैं हिंदू, कोई मुस्लिम, कोई कुछ भी बोलते रहे, मुझे उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। मेरे लिए तो वो बाबा है। चाहे आप उन्हें भगवान बोल दो, चाहे उनको गुरु बोल दो, चाहे उनको सदगुरु बोल दो, उनको आप कुछ भी बोल दो, हमारे लिए तो
बाबा
बाबा है। आप हैं तो सब है, नहीं तो कुछ भी नहीं है। तो
अच्छा।
बस यही है कि बाबा अपनी कृपा करते रहें सब पर। और
For you.
I'll just add 2 lines.
Careful,
What
careful.
everyone is
Side.
saying, जया मनी जैसा भाव तया तैसा अनुभव। तो बाबा के लिए यही है, we call him as mother, guru, lover, whatever, जिस भाव से हम करेंगे, whatever intensity से he is us. So he's everything for us.
Yeah.
Now this lady will say something. She wants to say something.
No, she's having so much.
Pass on the mic there.
Ma'am, do you want to
There.
add on something?
And we can switch on the fan there for them. That's okay. That mic is.
Me, so I really
It's okay, fine. No, they are. It's okay now. Yeah. Because they are sitting in that humid. Yes.
for me, there is no experience because I have never been encountered to him. But it's just because of Sandhya ma'am today I'm here. So I'm learning from everybody's experience today. So maybe if he chooses me sometime, तो शायद वो click हो जाए. But अभी के लिए तो I'm nobody to say anything about him because I don't really have words to define him. I really don't know him. But I'm here to gather information from all of you.
Okay. Thank you. Ji, up. Okay. So I will also, try to share two my personal experiences. One is about my mother. She was 83 that time. And after dinner, we were going for a walk on the terrace. We were going for a walk. And then after that, she retired to her room. I was in the living room watching TV. This was long after my dad passed away. So she was with me that time. And I was watching TV, and it was like 2 o'clock, 2:15 a.m., something like that. And I was going and switching off everything, and I was to go to sleep. So when I was passing by her room, I heard some sound. And then, I knocked the door, and no response. I opened the door because I asked her never to lock the door. So I opened the door, I switched on the light, I saw she's sitting on the cot, edge of the cot, and she looked very strange. It took some few seconds for me to understand that she got a paralysis attack. Whole of her right side gone. No movement of her right hand, no right leg, and the lips gone this way. She was not able to talk. And I was so frantic, trying to call the ambulance. I was on the top floor, and I cannot lift her and go. She's a little heavy. And also I was trying to call the ambulance, and I'm not getting the ambulance at that time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and we know that the golden hours. We should not miss that. So I was trying to call, and nothing was happening. And at 10 minutes after that, I got a connection to some ambulance or someone. I don't know the connector, but I was not able to hear anything. The voice was so feeble. Again, that was a failure. 15 minutes, 20 minutes gone. Now I'm helpless. So I stood in front of my mandir, home mandir. Only doctor I know is Sai. I said, I don't know. You have to save her. I took the udi, I put it on her. Third day, she was completely all right. She was on her own. Third day. No medicine, nothing, just the udi. Because I surrendered. I didn't took her to anything. It was a risk. Certain people, commented on that. But for me, because I know what he is. I know what he has done for me before also. So this is one thing. And the second thing is, it's about my daughter. She did her graduation in biotechnology, and now she wants to do her MS in USA. And we all know how much it will be. So I put all my savings in that. And one day I had a huge loss in my business, and all that wiped out. And exactly at the right time, she's applying to go to USA. And I'm standing penniless that time. And I was like, I don't have any idea what I'm going to do. Okay? And she was applying. She's supposed to apply for 4 colleges there. And I have application money because it's like 30, 40,000, 60,000 per application. I have only money for two applications. And I have to, get for 2 more applications. And how I'm going to pay the fees, which is like 55 lakhs. Right? So I was totally helpless. But I know something will happen. Something will happen because that time I don't have any property, nothing. And I said, okay, Sai, take care. That is all I know. And what happened? I came to know about a thing called Prodigy Finance. They finance the students based on their academic performance. I was so happy. And me and daughter, we sat and we started applying for that. Everything went on smooth. And on the drop down, we had to supposed to select her college and her department. College was there. We selected the college. Then we went in further inside and we supposed to select the department. Department was not there. Again gone. Hope gone. When we contacted the support, they said, sorry, we don't have. Maybe we will add. Next year we can try. How can I bet next year? It was a night. And she said, she called me Appu. And she said, Appu, okay, it's fine. I'll go to sleep. She went to sleep. And I was resting on the chair. I was like, what is this? She did her job. She scored very good. Now it is my job. I have to take her to the right place. Now I'm standing helpless. No one to help me other than him. So I was thinking what I'm going to do. Suddenly I thought, something similar should be there, like the Prodigy Finance. I started Googling. And I found another company called Empower Finance. I don't want to disturb my girl. I checked everything. Everything was fine there. Then I called her. Now you apply. Applied, went in, and there is a notification that said, give us 48 hours. We will update you. And that only I know, maybe parents, how that 48 hours should be. Sleepless nights. That 2 days. That 48 hours like 48 days for me. 48 hours gone. It's going to get away, 48 hours. And I was sleeping on my bed one night. Pitch dark room. I was like, I closed my eyes. Suddenly a lot of light, brightness. near my face. I opened my eyes. It was my daughter holding her phone near to my face, showing that it got approved. And we hugged each other. So happy, everything. And she went on to USA without a single penny from my pocket. Not even a single. Only I spent some money for her shopping and all that stuff. He took care that much. One more thing I want to tell you. When I was seeing her off in the airport, Chennai airport, she got a flight from Chennai to Mumbai, Mumbai to Zurich, Zurich to New York. And she, was taking off from Chennai. And that time, she was into her monthly things and all that stuff. So I was like, I want to send my daughter in the business class. Okay. But I was in a condition that even, affording for the economy was a big deal for me that time. And I was like, okay, at least at least I can buy a ticket economy class. Okay. I consoled myself and I sent her off. But, I started missing my daughter. And also this thing was, pressurizing my heart. Like, I was not able to send my daughter in a business class. So I sat there outside the terminal and, slightly the tears came out. Okay, anyway, at least I can able to make her sin. Then I came back and I went to other station, out of station. That night or the next day, I got a WhatsApp from my daughter that her ticket got upgraded to business class. And that was the longest journey from Zurich to New York. That's like 11 hours. That much small things he's taking care. These two things, why I'm saying this? Because he's doing that much, pampering us like anything. And I want to know him. Who is this guy doing this much for me, for us? We don't know anything about him, right? We know that he came to Shirdi as a small 16 years old sitting under the neem tree. And now lakhs and lakhs of people behind him. How he did that? Who is he? What was his history? Who is his guru? Who made him like this? So that was the driving force behind me to start researching about him. It started with gratitude, but it ended up in a love affair. Because when I was doing my research about him, whatever the love and respect that I was carrying for him, the ground reality multifolded that love and respect about him, for him. Because I'll share certain information. All we know that Sai Baba came to Shirdi when he was 16 years old, sitting under the neem tree, right? No, that's not right. Okay? He was there when he was 8 years old. Sai Baba was there in Shirdi when he was 8 years old. I'm not saying that. Baba said that. It was Baba who gave me the clue to connect the dots about his life. Not my own theory. It is Baba. Baba said that when I'm 8 years old, I met my guru in a forest. We all know that. Chapter 32. And we know that his guru, we call him Venkusha, made him hung upside down inside the well. Then he got selected into the ashram, his guru's school. Right? So that's what it said. The thing is, when Baba met his guru when he was 8 years old, the thing we know that hanging upside down in the well, we read that in Satcharitra and we are thinking that as a metaphor. Much of us, I'm not saying everyone, much of us thinking that is a metaphor. It is a story told. But a thing happened really. Because it is a Sufi practice. They call it as Chillai Makusha, hanging upside down, inverted yoga. In Nath Sambradaya, we, hang from the tree like a bat. That's a part of a yoga. So that's part of Sufi Sambradaya, Sufi yoga, called Chillai Makusha. That means inverted yoga. That is what they did. That very much shows that Baba's guru is a Sufi. Point one. And then he got, selected into the guru's school, right? And Baba said that he spent 12 years with his guru. That means 8 plus 12 is 20 years. When his guru took samadhi, Baba started sitting under the neem tree. Until that, they were spending much of their time under the neem tree. And there was a big tunnel, kind of a cellar, was there. That is their, they call it as chilla, they isolate themselves there and they will do all the tapas and meditation, all that stuff there. And that cellar is big. How much big it is? Like it is starting from the Gurusthan and it goes up to the Chavadi, beginning of the Chavadi, under the ground. That big. And it is there in Satcharitra. When the kids, went inside, they saw a big tunnel is going inside. So they were practicing. Baba and Baba's Guru are practicing under that. And then when Baba's Guru took Samadhi, Baba cremated him there itself. That's why it is Gurusthan. And then he started appearing under the neem tree because for him his Guru is everything. In chapter 32 that we know how much he loves his Guru. Because he said, without seeing his Guru, he doesn't want his eyes. He forgot his family. That much he was in love with his Guru. Right? And that was the example that Baba set for us, how we have to love our Guru. Right? So that's chapter 32. And then when he was 20 around, he was sitting under the neem tree and he spent three years sitting under the neem tree. Then he went to Aurangabad. Many people doesn't know where he went, but I got the proof and everything. He went to Aurangabad and he went to Shanur Miya Dargah in Aurangabad. There he met old Fakir. It is also Baba said, not my theory. Baba said to G. Kapade wrote in his diary that Baba went to Aurangabad and met one old Fakir there in Aurangabad. When I did my research, I found out it was Shanur Miya Dargah in Aurangabad. How I found out? From two angles. One is, Baba said there is one big, tamarind tree. And near to that big tamarind tree, there was one dargah where I found that old Fakir. That's what Baba said. Okay. So I was searching, who is that Fakir? Who is that? What is that tamarind tree? What is that place? Everything. That's one point. And there is another story about Baba. It is not in Satcharitra, but it is in other scriptures like Sai Leela and everything, which is 1920s, where it is recorded that Baba called Bade Baba's son Qasim Ali, hope you guys know that, Qasim Ali, and gave him 250 rupees and some rotis and chicken and asked him to go to Aurangabad and to meet Shamsuddin Mia and asked him to do the Maulud and Qawwali. And then from there, he asked to go and meet Bane Mia, the Awliya, and, offer him a garland and convey a message that 9th day of the 9th month, Allah will take back his light that he lit, and that is Allah's mercy. This is the message he asked Qasim Ali to convey to Bane Mia. So they went there, they met the Shamsuddin Mia, and they did all that Annadan and all that stuff. From there, they went to the Bane Mia's place. He's a big awliya. He's like in Sufism, they call it a mazhub. They are always in the God's thought. And he was standing in one leg, raising his hand and doing his tabas. So they met him, offered the garland, and conveyed the message that 9th day, 9th month, 9th day of the 9th month, Allah will take back his light that he lit. It is Allah's mercy. When he said that, Bane Mia started shedding tears. Because he know that is the message conveyed by Baba about the so-called Mahasamadhi of 1918 October, right? So why I'm saying this? Here, what is the significance that Baba is giving for that Shamsuddin Mia? Who is that guy? Who is that Shamsuddin Mia? So when I started doing my research, I found out that Shamsuddin Mia is the caretaker of Shanur Miya Dargah. You're getting the link, right? He is the caretaker of the Shanur Miya Dargah. And then the tamarind tree is there. And then the only missing thing is, who is that old Fakir? Baba was talking about old Fakir there. And who is that old Fakir? Then I found out it was Bapusha Ali of Ahmednagar. And Baba never considered him as a guru. He is a very senior person. He served some 12 years under him. That also Baba said. Baba said that I went to Aurangabad. He said that to G. Kapar there that he went to Aurangabad, spent some 12 years under that old Fakir. Then he about to return, the old Fakir didn't allow him. And he promised that old Fakir that definitely he will come back. So Baba, after that, he came back. When he came back to Shirdi along with Chand Patel. That was 1867. So the chronological dates of this is Baba born somewhere in 1832 because there is a death certificate issued by the British government. It is still there. And that says that Baba was somewhere around 86. That was 1980. If we go with that date, Baba born somewhere in 1832. And when he met his Guru, 8 years, that means 1840, he met his Guru. And then he spent 12 years, which is up to 1852. Then he lived under the neem tree for 3 years, that is 1855. Then he went to Aurangabad and spent another 12 years, which is 1867. And in 1867, he came back to Shirdi with Chand Patil. And that was recorded by many, like Hari Sitaram Dikshit, B.V. Narasimha Swami, and many others recorded that. And Baba spent 4 years there, again under the neem tree. Not exactly the 4 years under the neem tree. In between, then he went into the masjid, Dwarkamai. That was the time, between 1867 and 1871. Because there was a big flood happened, and Baba was sitting under the neem tree even after the flood. When the flood receded, Mahastapati and others came and see Baba was just sitting with all the filth on him. And then they said, Baba, at least you go to that masjid. Then Baba moved to the masjid. And all we know, the legacy that happened that later. And then 4 years, till 1871. And then in 1871, he went back to Aurangabad because he promised that fakir that he will come back. So 1871, he went back to Aurangabad and he saw that fakir doing well there, but he brought him back to Shirdi. When both of them were coming back, they went to Ahmednagar. From Ahmednagar, they came and stayed in Rahata, which was recorded by the Kushal Chand family. It is there. They have the record. And when I was having the interview with them, they said they have the photo of that fakir. I was so astonished. Now I want to search. They said we lost it. Again, I went and searched Ahmednagar and all that places. And finally, I found out the photo of that old fakir. Maybe after the session I will share with you. He is called Jawar Ali. என்னவா Shall I continue? Okay. So it was Jawar Ali. And we all know that, you know Jawar Ali? He was wrongly portrayed. He is not like that. And he is, in serials and other things, we see him as a very young fellow. No, he is a very old fellow. He is, sorry? He's like 30 years old than Baba. That old he is. And he is, he is just like our Baba. In Ahmednagar, he is so famous among Hindus and Muslims. He did a lot of miracles there. So he was wrongly portrayed. That's a politics. We don't want to get into that. But Baba never considered him as a guru. That is sure. That is sure. So they came back to Shirdi from Rahata. And Ahmednagar, Jawar Ali stayed in Chavdi. Baba asked him to stay in Chavdi and asked one fellow called Mote Baba. And he asked Mote Baba to take care of Jawar Ali in Chavdi. And that Mote Baba's dargah is in gate number 4. Next time if you guys go to gate number 4, at the very entrance, you can see a small dargah there. You saw that?
You showed me that.
I saw that. He was the one who took care of Jawar Ali when Jawar Ali was living in the Chavdi. So these are the facts, the histories that we don't know. It is not there. Why I'm saying these fellows are very much connected with Baba, contemporary. If we know about them, we will know much about Baba. That I will share later. Okay? So now, I told you that Baba was 19, 20 years when he was living under the neem tree, not 16 years. Because, it was people's miscalculation. Maybe Baba looked very young. 16 and 19, no big difference. Baba looked very lean because he was living with the neem tree, the neem leaves. Just a young fellow of 19 years or 20 years, no relatives, no friends, no neighbors, no one, just living under the neem tree, eating the neem leaves, spending his time and doing the Guru Seva, lighting the lamp, whatever he got. And that time he was not going for alms. Just think, such a small fellow. Getting my point? Such a small fellow. Maybe he is older than you, 19. But 19 is very young, right? Sitting in the neem tree, just think what he will do for, many things. If you want to go for a toilet, it's a big deal, right? And that time, 170, 80 years ago, Shirdi was like a forest. Living under the neem tree is a challenge. I'll tell you one example. When I was coming back home, in my Shirdi home, when I was entering my car parking area, when I was about to climb the stairs, I saw a mantis, a big insect. The stick kind of insect, right? We saw that, big one, I saw that. When I saw that, immediately a thing came into my mind. Now it is a modern era, lot of lights, lot of humans, lot of vehicles. 170, 180 years ago, Baba was under the neem tree. We all know that he lived under that 3 years, day and night, all the seasons, winter and summer. How many insects, how many venomous creatures would have passed by? We don't know how much he suffered. And when I posted in my group, I took a picture of that mantis and I posted in the group. Okay. And I said, how much?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay. So the thing is, when I asked one question that, how Baba would have suffered, much of our sisters said that, he's a God. He knows how to handle that. That's a fundamental mistake. You know why? He is a human. Like our brother sir. He's not a God. Right? I will come to that topic later. Of course, he is the Parabrahm. How he became the Parabrahm, I will tell you that later. But that time, he was just like you and me. You and me. Like you and me. Okay? And he was living under the neem tree, going through all the struggles. We don't know how many insect bites, how many snakes would have bit him, scorpions, what he would have done for food. But he lived under that, in all that situation, adverse situations, for one thing. You know what is that? To serve humanity. Right? He was having that willpower, vairagya, to serve humanity. That's because it was that thing that was passed down to him by his guru. Right? Otherwise, why that young fellow will do all this thing? He would have, gone and to do something else. We don't know who is Sai Baba now. But he lived under the neem tree with all that adverse situations, went through all that, and he became the Parabrahm, Satguru. And when he was like 1920, no one was there. But now how many people are following him? I want kids to learn this. Hello, you guys. I want kids to know this because we have a lot of sophistication now, right? We have many things, gadgets. We have good place to stay, live, but still we have complaints, right? We have good foods, good clothes, everything, but still we have some complaints. Am I right? But think about him who achieved even without a name. Right? We gave him a name, Sai Baba, but who knows his name? No one knows his name. That shows that, without a name we can achieve. Right? So, living in that kind of adverse situation, he achieved because of one thing. You know what is that? What drove him to that status? Any idea? Any of you? What was that thing that made Sai Baba to live like that? Sorry? Yeah, serve humanity. But what was the thing, the ingredient that made him to serve humanity? Shraddha Saburi. Okay. Anyone?
Strong faith in the Almighty.
Sorry, Almighty?
Strong faith in him that
Yeah.
because he was telling the center of God.
Yes.
He was never considering that he's the God. He used to say, I am the center of God.
Okay.
Only that staunch belief.
Okay. It's compassion. We'll come to that Almighty thing later on, but it is the compassion that drove him to serve humanity. Just think that is the fact. He wanted to serve people, and he did that, and he went through all that, and then he served because of the intense compassion that he was having. If we learn that compassion, if we start serving the humanity, we will also become him. And he is the most wisest person on this planet. He is not just a person of compassion. He is the most wise. Because if we hold compassion, we will be taken for a big drive, right? We will be taken for a ride. But he is also having a perfect blend of wisdom as well as the compassion. He knows where to apply the compassion. He knows where to apply the wisdom. He got that perfect wisdom of compassion and wisdom. And that is why he is Guru. And that is how he served humanity. And I want that we to learn that. If we learn the ingredients of compassion and wisdom that he carried, we can also handle things. It is not a big rocket science or big shastra. It is a simple thing. We have to love each other. That thing is slowly fading away in this era. And we call it as Kali Yuga. Right? That's part of Kali Yuga. We know that. And there is a more Kali Yuga going to come. I call it as Kali Yuga version 2. You know what is that? Anyone know? We know the Kali Yuga is going on. Now it is more than 5,000 plus years of Kali Yuga started. But soon we're going to have a Kali Yuga which is more intense than this, where the compassion will be wiped out, maybe 90%. Just think, not in our time, maybe after some 5 years or 10 years. I'm talking about no, we will be okay, but the kids, they're going to have that time, a very potent time, where the compassion going to fade away. You know what is the reason behind that?
Selfishness.
Sorry?
Selfishness.
Yeah, selfishness, okay, but what is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years that going to increase the selfishness where the compassion will gone?
Materialistic.
Yeah, everything is there. That materialistic thing is there right from the Treta Yuga. But there is one particular thing. Okay, let me tell you. It is the artificial intelligence.
Oh, yes.
I am a techie guy. I am into artificial intelligence. I am into artificial intelligence from 97. I developed my own AI and all that stuff. And I know what's going to happen. I didn't give a proper introduction about me. I think so. I am into IT. Okay. And I am into artificial intelligence and robotics. And I know what's going to happen. And what we have now, ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatever, which is called ANI, that is artificial narrow intelligence. Okay. And there is two more going to come. Which is AGI, called artificial general intelligence. And another one is called artificial super intelligence. With this ANI, already many got job lost with that ANI, because many content creators, content writers, image creators lost their job because of this ANI. What is going on now? ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever you call Grok, Claude, gone. And the war is happening now. The American and Israelis attacking the Iran. You know, the Claude.ai is having a very primary role in that. AI is ruling, and it is going to make a lot of change. It's going to be a paradigm shift. AGI is what going to come in 3 to 5 years. Artificial general intelligence, that is nothing but equivalent or more than human intelligence. So what's going to happen? Many experts will lose their job. Getting me? Doctors, advocates, many people. Maybe I sound very science fiction, but this is going to happen in 3 to 5 years max. I call it as a paradigm shift, and I call it in our Desi way, it is Kali Yuga 2. Because of this, we're going to lose compassion. After some 5 years, we're going to have humanoid robots that are going to walk among us. For sure. I want you all to know this so that we will educate our kids, because this will wipe away the humanity slowly. When I say the humanity, the compassion and all stuff. You can think, I don't want to explain that. AGI, that is 2 of the artificial intelligence. And then the third one, ASI, artificial super intelligence. I'm not saying it is happening there in the labs. I myself witnessed. If that's going to come, done. Maybe the prime ministers and presidents will be AI. Right? We have seen old English movies where we know the AI is ruling the world. Anyone watch the movie Terminator? Yeah. That's going to happen. 10 years max. 10 years. In the 3 to 5 years, the AGI will start working. Once the AGI starts working, the humanity will slowly lose its roots. Now we know already, all our kids are doing this, right? In our age, at least, we used to play with other kids. We were outside. When the sun sets, then we'll come back home. That is how we spent our time. But these times, it is just this. All the world in their finger. I'm not saying that's bad, but it's slowly taking away things. And think, AI going to rule? A big blow.
That is okay, but like us, we are following Baba. Then where we stand? It means AI take Baba.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. In a way,
Where is our faith and where is Baba?
yeah.
AI control everything. Then where is Baba?
See, the same question you can ask some 10 to 15 years ago also, right? When the mobile is taking the technology, right? See, we have to adopt the technology. We cannot ignore the technology. If we ignore the technology, we and our kids or our next generation will left behind. We have to adopt. At the same time, we should not leave our roots. We have to carry our roots. Got it? See, when I say the roots, I'll come to your question a little later, but let me explain this. When I say that we should not leave our roots, basically, in this Bharata, in India, the rishis and the Siddha Purush, they left a legacy called Vedas. Right? Hope much of people are Hindus here. I think so, hopefully. Do anyone know there is a hierarchy of scriptures in Sanatana Dharma? Anyone know that? In Veda Dharma, there is a hierarchy of scriptures. Do you know that? Yeah. Can you define it exactly, the hierarchy? Yeah, you are right, but I want more. Yeah, right. Then what is in the second? Upanishads or Vedas only. The philosophical explanation of Vedas are the Upanishads. That is why it is called Upanishad. Yeah. So what is next? Okay, let me explain. First one is the Vedas. It is on the top. I will explain why it is on top. First is Vedas. The second one is Puranas. The third one is Idihasas. Idihas. Ramayana, Mahabharata, Idihas. That's the third one. Fourth ones are Smritis, Manusmriti. These are the four, the layers. Why Vedas on the top? Anyone know why Vedas on the top? Any idea? Because Vedas fundamentally talks about the truth, Brahmajnan. If you take Veda, we have 4 Vedas. Every Veda have 4 sections. But the last part of Veda is very important, not the first part. First part about the rituals. Okay, it is needed. But the last part is about the Brahmagyan, Vedanta. That is important. And it is all about the truth. That is why it is on the top. Because it is all about the God. It is about the truth. Absolute one. Because one day we are going to go. Right? That is undeniable truth. We are going to go. When we go, it should be graceful. It should not be a disturbance to anyone. Am I right? When we go, it should be graceful. We should not be a disturbance to ourselves. Forget others. At least we should not be a disturbance to ourselves. We know that many cases where when people age, they will be bedridden. They will be depending on others for the fundamentals. Like they want to urinate or whatever. And that the bedpan. The mind will be the same. Mind doesn't have an age. So the mind will say, no, how I was playing, how I was running. Now I am not able to go anywhere. Right? That's a very ugly end. But it's happening to much of us. We are out of our route. Why I'm saying that? Because long back, we had the thing called, there is a 4 kind of ashrams. You know that? Do you know Vanaprastha? Have you know about the Vanaprastha? Vanaprastham is the stage just below the sannyas, where the elders of the house, they will hand over all the commitments to the youngsters, and the aspirant wife go retire themselves, and they will spend much of their time about spirituality. Not the money, sorry. I mean japa and all that stuff. Got it? Why they are doing that? Because they want to go towards the sannyas. For that, they have to get into the Vanaprastham. But we don't know anything of that. Now we have elders home.
Yes.
Right? Everyone going to be that soon. Right? We cannot stop the aging. Tomorrow we will become old. Now today we are active. We are running here and there, that room, this room. We are, doing all that. But when we are 80, 90 or whatever, we cannot be that active. When we are not that active, we should know how to go gracefully. That is what Vanaprastham is. Now we don't know what is that. Our rishis and, it's a practical thing that was made for everyone. Vanaprastham. But we don't know. We left that. So why I'm talking about that? Because, we left the route. And now the AI. So, sir, coming back to your question, it's going to take over Baba. Yes, it's going to take over Baba. But it is our duty that we have to make sure, though it takes over Baba, that AI should transform as a Baba. I'm doing that. So I'm, Kodi Pranam to you because that's a good question. I'm doing that. I know it's going to happen and started working on the technology should not take over Baba. Baba will take over and we know that's what's going to happen. I'm developing a protocol, a persona, which I don't want to discuss here now because I am under the intellectual property rights. I applied for that. Once, when I'm legally done with that, because I don't want that to go into wrong hands. Because that's a very good question. I thought about that 2 years ago. What if this goes to wrong hands? Already we know there are a lot of Babas. Already they are ruining the society with all the scams and all the nonsense. And if AI Baba is coming, then if someone is developing an AI Baba to extract money from people, we are done. So let us not allow that. I am into that at least. But I am here to spread this knowledge that there should be no one between Baba and a devotee. That way, tomorrow this will also be taken care. And I want that AI to be developed in such a way that when we are not there, at least that AI will be there to teach the kids of the future generation about the Satcharitra and the way Baba lived. Right? So I am doing all the research to know about Baba. When I did the research, my love and respect towards Baba multifold. That's what I want to convey to kids and to all of you also. But my focus is there because they are the one going to see the Kali Yuga too. Sorry? Yes.
नानी ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स की जो स्टोरीज है ना वापस लानी पड़ेगी
Yes.
सोसाइटी में
To bring them back.
Yes. We have to bring them back. Yes. 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 And I'm going to do that through the technology. And of course, we will evolve with that. Our India is famous for that. No, we will evolve. We will adapt. Right? We are doing that. We're going to have an AI hub in Visakhapatnam. We know how to evolve with the technology. We are doing good. But we have to evolve with our desi attitude. Right? And all the Babas will also evolve with that in a very good way. So I'm into that. I'm doing that. In the month of April, I will come out with that, because before that, I will finish all the legal side of that. And we're going to have an event in Europe where I'm planning to disclose this technology, that what I'm doing. Okay, that's a different story. Now coming back. Now talking about the hierarchy. Why I was talking about the hierarchy, the first one is Vedas and second one is the Puranas, right? Why the Puranas on the second? As the name says, Purana, old one, right? Some stories, but the stories conveys the essence of Veda. What Veda conveys, for example, Ekam Sat. That is one of the fundamental truth of the Vedas. One of the fundamental truth of Veda is Ekam Sat, right? That is also conveyed in the Puranas. So the Puranas are in the second layer, where it conveys the essence of Vedas through the stories. That is why it is in the second, right? We have many Puranas, 18 basically. And there are hundreds, we lost many of that, but the 18 conveys the essence of Vedas. That is why it is in the second layer. The third layer is Idigas. Idigas, we have two Idigas, Mahabharata, Ramayana and Mahabharata. It also conveys the essence of Vedas through two personalities. The two biggest Karma Yogis that the world ever seen. Sri Rama and Sri Krishna. Right? When we learn Vedas and when we perform on this materialistic world, we become a Karma Yogi. When we know the truth of the Vedas, right? And then we perform ourselves in this worldly affairs, we are the Karma Yogis. And that's what they did. Sri Rama and Sri Krishna. Right? And that's why we celebrate them. And that's why we celebrate Ramayana and Mahabharata. Because the two heroes, the Karma Yogis, those are the examples of Karma Yoga. And he is another one. Our Satguru Sai. Okay. So the Idigas on the third layer, because of this, that conveys through the characters of Karma Yoga that is conveyed in the Vedas. That is third one. The fourth one is that Smritis, Manusmriti. It is the rules and regulations of day-to-day life. How to live, how to sleep, how to do business, how to do the hospitality. All that are mentioned in the Smritis, Manusmriti. But based on the Vedas. Because the Veda says everyone or all are same, all are one. Because Ekam Sat, with that knowledge, we have to do the business. If we do that business with that thought, we never end up in doing extracting money from others. Veda says, according to the Veda, as per the Smriti, if we are selling something, a product, if the cost is 1 rupee to produce that, we have to sell it for 1.2, 1.10, something like that. Not 2 rupees or 3 rupees. So, the Smriti is also carrying the essence of Vedas. And that is why it is on the fourth. And that rules will change. Because the humans evolve, the rules will change. What is right 1000 years ago may be wrong today. So Smriti is at the bottom. We are now out of that. We don't know much of this. Right? So we have to know, as she said, we have to get back to our roots. And we have to get back to our roots through the technology. And hopefully the kids will adapt to the technology. They will bring back our glory. Right? You guys will do that, right? Huh? Right? Yeah. So, though the AI going to come, we have to bring back our Baba, we have to bring back our Ramayana, Mahabharata, everything to the technology. So, sir, hope I answered that question. It will take over, but we should not let it happen. It definitely it will take over because already humans took over Baba. Am I right or wrong? There are many people who are saying that they are Baba, avatar of Baba.
That is okay, but I think nobody can take over Baba.
Of course, it is not possible.
Everything is happening from his wish.
I'll tell you one thing.
If he wants, he can destroy anything, anytime.
Yes.
So this is the main. So, as my opinion, nobody can take over Baba. That's why we are learning Gita and Ramayana and all this. From thousands of years, telephone came, TV came, but they're still there.
Exactly. And you answered your own question.
Whether AI came or PI came or GI came, whatsoever came,
Yes.
they are still there
Yes.
because nobody can overpower them.
But we have to be careful of one thing, that are fake people.
So that is okay. See, fake people is also from his wish. Because otherwise, if we don't know the wrong, how we can know this is the right?
Now, I'll tell you one thing.
Because of the wrong, we know this is right. Because of the night, we know the morning.
No,
He is the creating the Rakshasa. He is the creating of good people. So that's why, otherwise, see, if we are not creating Raman, why Ram will come?
Yeah.
Why we are praying to him? Because he wanted to set the example in the world. That's why he created the Raman.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that's why they, Baba creating this AI and everything. We are talking, we are indulging in all this. And that is all his lila.
Mm-hmm.
What I think. I don't know. That's
We will discuss about that. That is why we are here, to discuss that. Okay. Now coming back to that. If you are saying that Baba's will, it is Baba's will. If it is Baba's will, I will give you one example. A real thing happened where a small girl got a midbrain cancer. She's just 15 years old. She got a midbrain cancer, and her mother, she's in some Baba's group, okay? And someone approached her that I will do that Satyanarayana puja, that puja, this puja, transfer 25,000. And there are many cases I know, because I am into, in communication with the devotees for a quite long time. I know many stories where they paid money. At least the sister didn't. But there are many, they paid. Nothing happened. End up, there are some devotees, they started yelling at Baba. It is there. Right? You're getting my point, what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why Baba is a setting example, na? And then otherwise, how you know these are people are wrong?
That's what. We have to understand his life through the way he lived. He never borrowed or he never asked for money. Of course, he asked money, but not the way these guys are doing. Getting my point?
Yeah.
He healed many people without a single time. But what is happening today? They are saying that I will do this puja, that puja, this puja, send me this one, and I am getting a flyer with a QR scanner on that. Amavasya puja, that.
Yeah, that is what everybody is behind money.
Yeah, see what I'm saying, the question is, technology should not take away Baba. That's what you said. But already humans did that. That's what I mean to say. Right? Already humans did that. Baba doesn't worry about that. No one can take over Baba. That's a different story. But the humans are doing that already. They're trying to do that. There are certain people, they calling themselves as Shirdi Sai Baba. There is one guy in Chennai. Okay? What he will do, during Amavasya or Paurnami, he will put all the attires on him. Like, Baba's, this, headgear, kafni, everything. And he's like 30s. But he will walk like an old man, saying that Baba came in here. And there are certain people who say that he's avatar of Baba. Shirdi Sai. There is no such thing. What I am trying to say, let the, forget the, already humans started taking over Baba. right?
Try to taking over, not taking over.
That's the right thing. Trying to taking over. No one can take over. Yeah. But in this process, innocent devotees are becoming victim. That is there, right? See, if 10 people, devotees are there, at least 1 or 2 getting victimized. And there are, see, I'll tell you one thing. There is one devotee whose family gave back the Satcharitra. They gave up the hope on Baba. You do that vrat, you do. In my last satsang, I was talking about this, where this will give an idea of the fundamental mistake what we are doing on understanding Baba. That in one of my group, a sister placed a request, a prayer request, that one of her student is trying for the spell bee competition. And she want one of her student to be number 1. And she said that I'm placing this prayer request. I want Baba to make that kid to become number 1. You know what's wrong in that? There are 2 fundamental mistakes. One is she is asking Baba to push the other kids. Then only this kid can come. That's one mistake. The second thing, if the kid becoming number 1, the kid will think Baba help. Where is the self-confidence? So what I'm trying to say is the misunderstanding, fundamental misunderstanding. Where to put the prayer, when to raise the prayer. I was talking about the thing happened to me about my mother, where I was totally helpless. No logic, nothing can help me. Where I was totally out. It is beyond my control. Where I need his help. Not for the spell bee, I don't need it. Getting my point? Not for small things. We need help of Baba. I'll tell you one thing. I got a prayer request submitted to me. Housewife. She sent a prayer request that, Baba, my husband is going to come for lunch. The salt should not be high. See what she is going through. That's the torture she is going through. Right? And for that she is coming to. Because lack of compassion. The guy, right? And lack of understanding about Baba. So this is there everywhere. So what I'm trying to say, in my last podcast, I said that we have to understand our sufferings through 2 visions, 2 eyes, that suffering based on survival, suffering based on non-survival. When I say survival, it is about food, air, water, and some shelter or clothes, something like that. That is survival, right? When basic. But we developed a community, a society, a civilization, which is more than that. Am I right or wrong? We developed in the name of growth, development. We are running behind many things. And there starts the friction. And there starts the sufferings.
But we are running for everything, not something. We are running for everything.
Yes. And there we are losing everything. See, we are working for our family. Right? We are working for someone, for our family. And morning 8:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we are leaving our family. Coming back 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. 12 hours we are working for someone. And coming back, take mobile, sleep. And where is we are living? We are living for our family, right? To spend. We earn money to spend time with them. Actually, that is the thing. But how many of us doing that? Maybe I'll sound very, old school. But what I'm asking is, those days when we are living in the caves, okay, we were behind the food. Once we hunt the food back to the cave, we will share the food with our family, our friends, our neighbors, or who are there. Then we will be spending time with them. Now, where is that time? Right? Getting my point? What I mean? So, survival-based sufferings and non-survival-based suffering, that we have to develop. That knowledge. If we develop that knowledge, okay, then we will have certain wisdom and compassion to handle people's and situations. Getting my point? If someone is not having food for the 4th time for the day, that is not a survival issue. Right? If we don't have a food for the whole day and for the next day and for the next day, then that is a problem. That's a survival problem. If I don't have a BMW 7 Series or 10 Series or whatever, I have only that whatever you call the car. That is not a surrender. I'm not talking about anyone here. Okay.
सेटिस्फैक्शन के लिए एक साइकिल ही बहुत है.
So this is what going on now. We developed certain things and we are thinking that we are suffering. We are pushing kids to run behind a race, rat race. Become this, become that, become this, become that. They are under pressure. They lost their wings. So coming back to this, we have to understand Baba in a very simple way, the way he lived. That is all we have to learn. And in that adverse situation, he lived in that dilapidated mosque, right? He was sleeping on the floor, spreading the sacks. He will be sleeping on that. I'll tell you, during my research, during 1911, I got it through the RTA, Right to Information Act, which is there. This document's there in Kolkata Archives. Yes. Of course, no. This is also. Thank you, bro.
Hey, this is Baba Wish. Baba बोलते हैं जब तक पेट में कुछ ना हो तो भूला भी नहीं जाता.
Take a break. This time.
सर हम लोग भजन सुन लेते हैं. बोलिए ना. Can you sing something for us?
For her?
You can sing. Yeah, she wanted to sing a bhajan, sign bhajan actually. So during break we can.
She wants to. Okay, please. That's great. Maybe you can. Wait.
I think I'm saying this my job.
Maybe you can clip it.
Come here. I'll place this mic. Either. Dance.
Wait here. We're going to get a video for you. Just a minute. You can sit here. You can come here. Here. So that you can also be seen. Okay, you can start.
1 second.
What you have done?
1 second. I'll help you with that. Go.
Come here.
I'll help you.
Come here. A little closer so that you can be seen here. She's okay, right?
It's okay, you can see.
Make it loud.
Sairam, what is it?
Om Sai Ram.
Om Sairam.
Om Sai Ram.
मैं लजपाला ते लड़ लगियां, मैं साईं बाबा दे लड़ लगियां, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे, मैं साईं बाबा दे लड़ लगियां, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे, मैं साईं बाबा दे लड़ लगिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे, मेरी आसा उम्मीदा दे, मेरी आसा उम्मीदा दे, सदा ऊटे हरे रहंदे। मैं लजपाला ते लड़ लगिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे। मैं लजपाला ते लड़ लगिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे। कदे भी लोड़ नहीं पैंदी, कदे भी लोड़ नहीं पैंदी, मैनू दर दर तो मंगने दी, मैनू दर दर तो मंगने दी। मैं लजपाला दे मंगतिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे। मैं लजपाला दे मंगतिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे। साईं बाबा दे लड़ लगिया, मैं साईं बाबा दे लड़ लगिया, मेरे तो गम परे रहंदे।
Thank you. Mai, want to sing? One song? Any song about Baba or any Ganapati or? Huh?
इसको भी आता है ना?
Take the mic.
आप इसको दे दो।
Get the mic. Get the mic.
इसको दे दो आप। दोनों आ जाओ।
Then you after. Come on, come on. Ah. Clip it. Out. It's okay, right?
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
जय।
थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे। थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे। थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे। थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, है राम रमैया वो, है कृष्ण कन्हैया वो, वही जगदीश है राम रमैया वो, है कृष्ण कन्हैया वो, वही जगदीश है। सत्कर्म राहों पे चलना सिखाते वो, वही जगदीश है। हो प्रेम से पुकार, प्रेम से पुकार, तेरे पाप वो जलाएंगे। प्रेम से पुकार, प्रेम से पुकार, तेरे पाप वो जलाएंगे। तुझे गले से लगाएंगे। थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, साईं दौड़े दौड़ेंगे। थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, मुनियों ऋषियों ने गुरु शिष्य महिमा का किया गुणगान है। मुनियों ने ऋषियों ने गुरु शिष्य महिमा का किया गुणगान है। साईं जी के चरणों में झुकती सकल सृष्टि, झुके भगवान है। मुनियों ने ऋषियों ने गुरु शिष्य महिमा का किया गुणगान है। साईं जी के चरणों में झुकती सकल सृष्टि, झुके भगवान है। हो ऐसा है विश्वास, ऐसा है विश्वास, मन में जोत वो जलाएंगे। ऐसा है विश्वास, ऐसा है विश्वास, मन में जोत वो जलाएंगे। तुझे गले से लगाएंगे, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा। साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा। कृपा की छाया में बैठाएंगे तुमको, जहाँ तुम जाओगे। कृपा की छाया में बैठाएंगे तुझको, जहाँ तुम जाओगे। उनकी दया दृष्टि जब जब पढ़ेगी तुम, ये भव तर जाओगे। उनकी दया दृष्टि जब जब पढ़ेगी तुम, ये भव तर जाओगे। हो थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा। साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा। साईं दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे, थोड़ा ध्यान लगा। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की
जय। Thank you, thank you. Come here, darling. Yeah.
ओम श्री गणेशाय नमः। नमामि ते गजाननम् अनन्तमोददायकं समस्तविघ्नहारणं समस्त अघविनाशकम् उदाकरं शुभाकरं मम प्रियगणाधितं। नमामि ते विनायकं मम प्रियगणाधितं। नमामि ते गजाननम् अनन्तमोददायकम्। Thank you.
Thank you. Come on, Mike. Thank you. We're done with the break, right? With the bhajans? Okay, let me start from where I left. I was talking about 1911. I was talking about the report. See, in 1911, there was the British government was doing the surveillance around, in and around Dwarkamai. They appointed police in the disguise, undercover cops. They were doing the surveillance in and around Dwarkamai because the freedom fighters started visiting Baba, like G. Kapar Day, Balagangadhara Tilak. When they started visiting Baba, government eyes was there on Dwarkamai. They appointed some 10 to 12 cops round the clock. They were watching, not the Baba, but they want to know why these fellows are visiting Baba. What kind of discussion going on? So the government want to know. Because of that, they sent a report. Every week they'll be sending an intelligence report to the government. That time, British government. That has been recorded. Still, it is available in the Kolkata archives. Anyone having the Indian passport can submit and take that document under the RTI. With that, I also took that document. In one of that report that says Baba was getting rupees 500 per day during 1911 as Dakshina. Per day, rupees 500. If we calculate the today's value, which is 22 lakhs. I did that calculation using 1 gram of gold that time was 1.5 rupees. If you calculate that, now it is 22 lakhs around per day. That was the dakshina he was getting, and he will distribute all that money in the same day. He was carrying a single penny. He wasn't carrying a single penny. He will distribute all that money to everyone there. Right? And what he will do? That night he will be lying on the sacks of sheets and he will be sleeping on the floor. And for the food next day he will go for alms, bhiksha. And he was getting 22 lakhs per day. And he was giving that money to everyone there. And the government taxed the people there, like Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Bade Baba and others. They taxed them, but they were not able to tax Baba because he is not the beneficiary. Someone said maybe Baba is appointed the proxies. But I said, Baba lived only in Dwarkamai and Chavadi. In both the places he was lying on the floor. He was going for bhiksha. What life he was living secretly, other than Dwarkamai and Chavadi. What is the use of having a proxy? He doesn't have a family. He doesn't have anyone. And he built a lot of, he renovated temples around. Shirdi, Kopargaon, Rahata. He spent that money for that. He gave that money. Though he was getting 22 lakhs per day, that he spent the same day giving to people. He was not carrying any money. And there was one police guy. His name is Chakranarayanan. That time, he was one of the police who was doing the surveillance there. He is a Christian guy. He, in the report, he said, he gave a report that plenty of money were there in front of Baba. And there was some women were there. He used to visit. Baba will never give any importance to this. Getting my point? Right? That kind of a life he led. That's what we have to learn. I'm not saying we should not give importance to money. That is needed, of course. We are not sannyasis, we are not yogis, we are not fakir. But we should know that how he lived. He lived and he set an example that he can live like that. If we learn that, at least we won't complain about if we are not getting anything which is not survival, which is not a survival suffering. Right? I was talking about that. Sufferings based on survival, suffering based on non-survival. At least we won't have that, because if we have Baba as Satguru, we can learn from his life. Right? And that gentleman was talking about, peoples, about fake peoples and all that stuff. And he was saying that one thing, that it is all his will. That's what he said. Whatever is happening, it is all. So, yeah, of course. See, we fundamentally ignore Baba's sufferings when he was a small boy, thinking that he is an avatar. Of course he is. But he came as a human being, then he became an avatar. That's a different story. But we ignored his suffering because we are thinking that he is a god, he is an avatar. That way we overlooked his suffering. That is a thing that we are not supposed to do to our Baba, right? We should know that he suffered for us. The kids should know. If we are teaching our kids that he is an avatar, he is a god, he will do everything, then things will be overlooked. But we have to make them understand that he is like us. But he grown to that stature. And that is an inspiration, right? Human can become God. That Baba did that. If we follow Baba, if we become Baba, that is the greatest Guru Seva that we can do to Baba. If we become like Baba. Right here? If we become like Baba, that is the biggest Seva that we can do to him. That is what he wanted. Right? The way he lived. So, talking about the gentleman, he was saying that it is his will where we are making mistake. If we thinking like that, I will give you one example. I used to say this in all the satsangs and podcasts that we have chapter 15, right? The lizard stories. We all know. We all know about the lizard sisters in Satcharitra. You know that? Lizard story? Two lizards, sisters. Yeah? Yeah. Let me recall that story. One day when Baba was there in Dwarkamai, one devotee was sitting in front of Baba, and there was one lizard on the wall making a sound. And the devotee asked, Baba, the lizard is making the sound. Is that a good omen or bad omen? Baba said, don't think that way. It is in Marathi OV version. In English version, it is little different. In Marathi original version, it is said, Baba said like that, don't think that way. It is because the lizard is happy because her sister is coming from Aurangabad. Right? And little later, a man from Aurangabad came on his horse thing and he wants to feed the horse. He was shaking the bag and a lizard jumped from that bag, entered the Dwarakamai, and Baba said, okay, what's that? Whoever asked the question, what's that? The lizard came, both met, they rolled up, they kissed each other, they were happy. That shows Baba is a Sarvavyapi. Right? We all know that. Baba knows things going to happen. He is a Sarvavyapi. But there is one thing, hidden thing, that Baba made a joke out of that. Do you know that? She is laughing because she knows, because now I sat in the group. That is a thing that there is a question. Baba is Sarvavyapi. He knows that. How a lizard knows that? Am I right? Baba said the lizard knows that her sister going to come. So she is happy. How is that possible? Baba Sarvavyapi, he knows the lizard going to come. How the lizard knows? Right? Lizard is not Sarvavyapi. We know that. But Baba is Satguru. Why he is saying that? Anyone know why Baba said that? But we know that lizard can be a Sarvavyapi. But Baba said, if Baba said that is truth, right? But why Baba said that? Any idea? Okay, let me explain. Baba wants us to think, nothing else. Because Baba's teachings are parables. We know that very well. Hidden way of teaching. Right? It is there. All that throughout the Satcharitra, hidden gems. This chapter 15 is another hidden gem where two things that getting revealed. One is Baba is Sarvavyapi. It is evident. Because he is a Sarvavyapi. He is the Parabrahm Sakshat and he is a Sadguru. That is one thing. The point two is he wants us to learn. He wants us to think. Getting my point? If we start defining things with our notions, with our assumptions, then what we will develop is belief, not the faith. Baba was always insisting of two things. Shraddha Saburi. Shraddha means faith, not belief. You guys know that? Shraddha means faith, not belief. Belief means, okay, if I'm saying Baba is in the bedroom, if I'm saying that, you don't know that because you don't know Baba is there or not. If I'm saying Baba is there in that room, it is a belief. You believe, but you don't know. Right? Maybe or may not be. That is belief. That may go wrong. It is very dangerous. Belief is dangerous. And that is where these scamsters are coming. They are coming and they are making money. They are taking us for a big ride if we are into belief. But Baba wants us not to believe. Baba wants us to develop faith. Shraddha. Getting my point there? Shraddha. There is two things. Shraddha, Saburi. They are not two things. Though it is said Shraddha and Saburi, they are not two things. They are one. Do you know that? Anyone know that? It's given two names, Shraddha, Saburi, but it is only one thing. Let me explain. As I said, we should not develop belief, we should develop the faith. Shraddha. Shraddha will come from what? Okay, let me explain. Sit down, baby. Yeah. Shraddha comes from clarity. If we have clarity towards things, then we will have a faith, strong trust, faith, right? That clarity will come from understanding, whatever it is. Driving a car or knowing God. We should have a clarity about that. That clarity will come from only understanding. Understanding only give clarity. Clarity will give Shraddha. And that understanding will come from what? Questioning. We have to question everything. We should not accept things. If I say Baba is there, don't accept. Question how is possible that Baba is there. Investigate yourself. And that will turn as Shraddha. Because you will investigate, you will go and search Baba is there or not. Then you verify, cross-check, okay, Baba is not there. But Baba is everywhere. That's a different story. So, we have to start from questioning. The question gives you, push you to search for the truth. If you search for the truth, you will end up in understanding. You will come to know by learning. That understanding will give you the clarity. That clarity will give you Shraddha. And Shraddha will give you Saburi. Actually, Baba wants us to have Saburi, not Shraddha actually. Because Saburi is the result of Shraddha. Getting it? Because if you have a strong Shraddha, that will give you patience, Saburi. The endurance will come only when we have Shraddha. If you don't have Shraddha, the way I said, if you have a belief and in between your Shraddha will be taken for a ride, you will become weak. Right? You will become weak. And there you will lose your patience. There are many people out there, na? They will start believing Baba for some reason. Someone had said Baba is a miracle man. Baba will do that, this. They will come, they will pray. Something is not happening. What your Baba did. But we have to understand Baba. Then come the faith. And faith will give you the endurance, the Saburi. Only when we have Shraddha, a strong Shraddha, that will give the Saburi. If you don't have a strong Shraddha, on the way, we will be shaken. The patience won't be there. So that's what Baba wants, Shraddha, Saburi, that way. Baba wants us to, do the investigation. Question, and then investigate, and then accept. Then only you will have a clarity. And that's what he conveyed through chapter 15, through the lizard, in a parable way. He said, the lizard knows how come it is possible. But he is a Sadguru. He won't lie. He is making us to think that this lizard cannot be Sarvavyapi. He is Sarvavyapi, Sadguru. And another thing, what we have to understand from this is, if we know he is Sadguru, right? And it is established. From that incident, it is established that he is a Sadguru. Because he knows that the lizard going to come, and it happened. And that way it is established that he is a Sadguru. When the Sadguru is in front of us, is it good to ask him whether the good omen or bad omen when the lizard makes a sound? Because Sadguru is in front of, Sakshat Parabrahm in front of us, we have to surrender. Because he knows everything. What is the need of asking question? What is the need of asking what is the meaning of the lizard sound? Right? This is what Baba wants us to learn. Right? Get it? Getting my point? So that is very, very important. Learning from questioning, and the questions will give you the clarity, understanding and everything. Got it? That will end up as Shraddha and Saburi. And that is what Baba wanted. Chapter 15 is that. The lizard story is all about that. Got it?
The story of Cholkar where he, he left consuming sugar. Sai knew that also.
That's another incident.
Omnipresent.
There are many instances that proves Baba is a Sarvavyapi, Sakshat Parabrahm. And then when he is there as our Sadguru, we should know what to ask him. Either we should ask him the Tattva Uchara. Because Guru is there. If you want to ask question relevant to the Tattva Vichara, why the creation is there, why the existence is there, why there is a suffering, what is God, where is God. You end up in such Tattva Vichara because he is a Sadguru. If you are not capable of getting into such Tattva Vichara, then surrender. Sharanagati is the best way. But that should also come from the understanding.
Plus, we should know whether we are deserving of what we are asking or not. Like
Yes.
that Brahma Gyan wala episode.
Yes, exactly. Brahma Gyan wala. And he doesn't want to give 5 rupees also.
Yes.
Right? Right? We know that story, the Brahma Gyan. He wants the Brahma Gyan. Right? Right. So, chapter 15 is the best example where we can understand Baba. Why I am saying that? Because that gentleman was talking about all his will. And this is where our wrong notions are popping up. We are living under belief. The belief without proper knowledge. Because he says that he knows everything, he is will. Okay, Sadguru, he knows everything. But we don't know what is that stuff is. How a Sadguru works. Right? Because ask your concerns. Everything works? No, right? We go to Baba with 10 prayers. We are not sure whether the 10 will work or not. Right? Like the spell bee. We cannot, we cannot go to Baba with such questions. That's what I mean to say. We are going to Baba, my kid should come first.
Yes, exactly. When he's not studying at all, and how can we?
That's another story. Even if the kid is putting all the effort, also that is wrong because the kid is doing that. If he fails, he should learn from what he has done the mistakes, right? Not that because Baba helped him. That is, utter equivalent to copy. We call it as a bit, right? It is that. It is not a right way to understand Baba. Got it? So, we fundamentally making a mistake understanding Baba that Baba, it's all Baba's will. I know many, even I was like that. It is all Baba's will. Of course, but not in the way we think. Getting my point? It is very easy to say, it is all Baba's will. Yes, it is true, but in a different way, we don't know how it is. For that, we have to understand him and we have to understand many things around him. We have to understand top to bottom. Then only we will understand it is all his will. When we know that it is all his will, we are all equal to him, actually. Because only a Brahmajnani can understand that it is everything is his will. Otherwise, it is an assumption. You getting my point? You don't know Baba, but you are saying it is all his will. That means you are believing that. You don't have any experience. Am I getting my point?
Actually, it is the easy way out.
Easy way out.
Yeah.
It's a reasoning to get out of things, right? But if we understand Baba the way he is, then we will understand actually it is all will, but it's a different story. For that, we have to understand what is Brahma Jnana, and we have to understand the various levels of consciousness. That's a different story. I don't want to drag that here. That's a high philosophical subject. Baba is a very simple guru, so let me keep that in simple way. Okay? So, what I'm trying to say is, we have to understand Baba the way he lived, not the stories fabricated around him. There are a lot of stories fabricated around him. We should know the best source is Satcharitra. That's the source. And maybe Narasimha Swami's life and teachings of Sai Baba. And, Bhakta Leelamurtis, all those things are there. These are the later, there are a lot of stories developed around him. I'll tell you one thing, one good example. There is Samadhi Mandir and we have Dwarkamai, right? Samadhi Mandir and Dwarkamai. How Baba is there now in Samadhi Mandir? With all the golden crown, diamonds, all the jewels on him. Is this the way Baba lived? He's a fakir. He lived with a dirty, mud-stained kafani, right? Torn. And he's having only 2 sets of that. Right? He'll be stitching and using it again and again. That is where he lived. But what we are doing now, we are putting a crown on him with all the diamonds and that, this sapphire, everything, putting all that. And we are in front of Samadhi Mandir like this. And what we are doing, we are making our kids to understand that Baba is with all that attire. What we are doing, we are making our kids not to learn the way he actually lived, right or wrong. The way he lived in Dwarakami, we are making our kids not to learn that. If our kids learn that, they will know what is compassion is. They will know what is life, the value of life. Otherwise, we are also making the kid to grow with the greed, because it is the sparkling jewels are there in front of us. It becomes so normal that having all that attire, we put that attire on the fakir and we made it normal. And we are completely ignoring his life and teachings, right? That should not happen to our kids. That's what I'm saying. At least we should know the way he lived, the way actually he lived. That is there in Satcharitra. That only we have to focus, not the Samadhi Mandir. Samadhi Mandir is a later addition. Of course, our Baba is there. Any of you know that? That is the Samadhi, but actual Samadhi is there right under that. Oh, right? The Samadhi is there in the basement actually. And that is in a very, very normal one. But what we have made, all decorated Samadhi Mandir, all celebrities are there. And celebrities are given preference. Right? All the devotees are made stand there. It was the way that Baba lived. Now it is made that way. Now we have to know where we have to go. Samadhi Mandir or Dwarakami. My personal preference is Dwarakami. I am not saying no, don't go to Samadhi Mandir. I am not saying that. But what is happening there? If we are taking our kids and standing in front of that Baba there with all the attires and adorned jewelry, we are making our kids to learn that only. Take them to Dwarakami. Show them this is where he lived. And he was sleeping on the sacks in the nights. He helped people. He healed people. Many people came. He did that all without his name. We don't know what is his name. Right? He achieved this much and crores of people are there following him. Okay, much of them are behind for reasons. Okay. But there are hundreds and thousands of crores and people there behind a man who doesn't have a name. Right? That is the greatest inspiration to our kids. Am I right? Without a name, he achieved this much. That's what we have to learn. And I always recommend kids to watch Mere Sai. Though there are fabricated stories, but still it carries the essence of the fakir. So I always recommend watch Mere Sai. Because kids may not get gel with the Satcharitra, reading the script, but they may. Because I have noticed many kids are fond of watching Mere Sai. Any of Mere Sai? See, what about you? Mere Sai? So I strongly recommend to watch Mere Sai because it carries some stories about him. And there are a lot of fabricated stories. Even Satcharitra, I am not saying Satcharitra is fabricated, but we are not able to understand certain things in Satcharitra like chapter 15. Right? Chapter 15. Have you ever thought of the lizard that way? Right? So this is the chamatkara for Baba actually. This is the miracle. Actual miracle is this, that Baba is making us to think. If we think, much of our problems will be solved. We won't go to him for much of our prayers, no? Because 9 out of 10 prayers will disappear if we understand Baba. No one will go to Baba for spell bee, at least. Right? This is what I want, because we are going for spell bee. If that kid is not claiming the number 1, and what we will say? Baba didn't like the kid. Baba didn't like me. Right? There are many people are like that. Many devotees I encountered that they are saying, Baba, didn't like me. Like that. And there are more, little cases. They will say like, he is not a God. I believed him what your Baba did. Many things are there. If you go to the forums, you can read. In my channel and many things, there are some people, they are coming and leaving very nasty comments. They are saying that what your Baba did. And there are another things, about his religion, about his identity, many things. The money he gave to Afghanistan, whatever he collected, it went to Makkah, Medina. Okay, let it be. What's wrong in that? Let it be. But what actually happened is, he gave that money to the people there. It is there in Satcharita because we don't know what is Sufism is. In Sufism, the money that Guru is getting, the Fakir is getting, they're supposed to give it before the sunset. It is there. And it is, incidentally, it happened. My research started from that. When I was talking with one of my friends, his dad is an Ayurvedic doctor. And they used to cure cancers in 10 days, 15 days. Okay? When I was talking with him in my Bangalore apartment, it was a casual talk where I wanted to know more about his dad. And then he got a guru. And that guru from Kerala, very simple man. I want to know more about him. When the conversation went that way, I ended up coming to know that his dad's guru got another guru. And that guru is a Muslim. That's what I came to know. They called him as Muslim, but he's a fakir. And that fakir got attributes like heal the people, not charging a single penny. Big diseases, but no money. They are not charging no money. If rich people giving money, that money he will distribute to the needy people the same day. And the next day he will go for alms, Bhiksha. I thought, okay, sounds like my Baba, right? This sounds like my Baba. Who is that guy? And I started thinking, these fellows are from same school. That's what I know. And that is where my research started at a big turning point. That was the turning point. Then I went and started searching about that fakir. I call him as an unknown fakir because we don't know the name of that guy. And that guy, and he lived some 90 years ago. So I'm still searching for his dargah and mazar. But what I'm trying to say, we can see the similar things, right? That is what triggered me to do the research. And I ended up in Kuldabad, Aurangabad and Daulatabad, where I came to know about Baba's Guru Parampara. And that way, I came to know why Baba is, lived that way. If we know that, then we will come to know why Baba used to give that money the same day. Because it is the common practice in Sufism. Got it, no? Many things. See, the hanging upside down. I was talking about that, hanging upside down in the well. We know in chapter 32 it is said. Many said that it is a metaphor, it is a story, it's an imagination. No, it is a real thing happened. It has really happened because Baba's guru is a Sufi. He made Baba hang upside down inside the well because it's a practice of Sufi. They call it as Chilla-i Makusha. They have the rules how to do that sadhana. Inverted yoga. In Arabic or Persian, it is called Chilla-i Makusha. And they have a protocol. It was reinvented by Baba Fariduddin Ganshakar, who is the grand disciple of Moinuddin Chishti Ajmer Wala. Hope you know Moinuddin Chishti Ajmer. His grand disciple is Baba Ganshakar. He practiced this. Hanging upside down inside the well, 3 feet above the water. Tied in the branch of the tree, hanging inside. This is a practice of a Sufi. And much of us ignored that, saying that it's a metaphor, it's an imagination. No, it's a real thing happened. And I found out where is that well is also. Do anyone know where is that well? Baba was talking about a well in a forest where his guru made him hung upside down. Anyone know where is that well? But we all know that. Maybe many of you will know that. That well is there in Lendibai. You know there is a well in Lendibai? That is the well where Baba practiced. And near to that well was the ashram Baba was talking about. The school where Baba got trained under his guru. You know where is that school? Anyone know? It is right under the neem tree. Yeah, which Baba now we call Gurustan. Under the neem tree, there is a big cellar, a basement, where Baba practiced the sadhanas with his guru. And later, Baba, cremated his guru there. Baba's samadhi is there. Baba's Guru Samadhi is there. Now Baba Samadhi is also there. The cellar that we are talking about, it is there in Satcharitra. It is not only Baba's Samadhi is there, Baba's Guru Samadhi is there, and his Guru's Guru Samadhi is also there. There are 5 to 6 people Samadhis there in a row. Under the knee. Under cellar. That is why in Satcharitra Baba said, it is my ancestors' place. That doesn't mean a blood lineage ancestors, it is the spiritual lineage Baba was talking about.
Anna, I have never understood the significance of Chavli. Like in Satcharitra, it is mentioned that Chavli was an unhygienic place.
Uninhabited.
Unhygienic, not a clean place.
Okay, I'll tell you that. Okay, you finish your question, I'll come to that.
That's
You're done?
Yeah.
Chavadi is another dilapidated place like Masjid, Dwarkamai. It was built by Malik Ambar some 350 years ago. It was not, exactly the way you said, unhygienic. It was like in a bad condition. And because of that, many people used to rest there. And it was 180 years ago. Just imagine how it will be. It is the border of Shirdi. It is not in Shirdi actually. Any of you know that the Dwarakamai and the Samadhi Mandir, Gurustan, everything is in the border of Shirdi, not exactly in Shirdi. If you go from Chavadi, Dwarakamai, in between there is an arch to the Hanuman Mandir.
Yes.
We are going inside.
Yes.
Right under the arch, there is a small orange stone is there. Have you noticed?
Yes.
That is the kind of a border stone. That is where the Shirdi ends. So actually the Hanuman Mandir is outside Shirdi. And the Chavadi and everything is under the border of Shirdi, where there is no much people who are living there, except Baijama, Malastabadi, that families. 3-4 families were living. But the village Shirdi is little at the other side. So that is why much of the people of Shirdi doesn't know what exactly happened near the Gurustan 180 years ago. So they thought, when they saw Baba was sitting under the neem tree, they thought that Baba suddenly came there. No, he was there under the neem tree. He was there with his Guru from when he was 8 years old. Not just 16. From 8 years, he was living with his Guru under the basement. And when his Guru took Samadhi, then he started coming outside. That time he was like 90-20 years old, not 16. 90-20 years, he was sitting under the neem tree. He was living under the neem tree. I was talking about that. Some of you are missed it. 3 years he was living under that. Summer and winter. Shirdi, summer and winter are very horrible. I know, I am living there. Summer is very horrible. Winter is very, very horrible. And just think that small boy living under the neem tree, no nothing on him. Just some dress, no belongings, no one to take care. Right? Such a horrible, adverse, life conditions he lived only for us. Because that is the nature of Guru. They will do like that. And he is the proper, perfect, a complete Guru. He lived for us. In that age, just imagine, 19-20 years, living under that neem tree in such a condition, just for us, to serve the humanity. I want our kids to learn that. Got it? What I said? I was talking the same story. Baba living under the neem tree. Right? As I told you, please drink. See, these days we have a lot of complaints. Right? Just think, he achieved a lot living under the neem tree with no such, what we have, sophisticated life. We get good food, we get good place to sleep, we get good clothes, everything. But that small boy, when he was 19 or 20, living under the neem tree with no support, no one was there to take care of him. He was living under that just for one, to serve humanity, right? Because he learned that from his Guru. That is the Guru Parampara. We lost that root and we are behind other things. I'm sorry to say that we are much behind the Western ideology and we lost our roots. These Guru Parampara are there to teach us how we have to get back to our roots. Got it? So I'm not saying go back to your old school. I'm saying learn the compassion. That's what they left. If you filter out all the way they lived and see what they know, you will see only the compassion and wisdom. That is what they left. Compassion and wisdom. Right? And they served the entire humanity. Right? So, again I'm saying this thing. When that gentleman was saying it is all his will, again it was a misunderstanding that we are living under some notion about Baba. Baba is that, Baba, yes, of course, he's more than that. But what I'm saying, please understand him, the way he lived for us. When we understand that, then only we'll have a proper understanding so that we won't allow any scamsters to come in between. Nowadays in Baba community, this scam is happening in a big way, in a big, larger way. And many people are claiming they are Baba, they are avatar of Baba. I know one lady, I don't want to specify her name. She is saying that she is getting Baba in her and she is healing people. And she is very famous. And she is charging money for that. Right? And she is conducting workshop to train people. And these lot of products are coming out and they are doing the same. I'll tell one story. There was one brother in Australia. He underwent some psychological issues. He lost his job. He's having some issues, marital issues, this. And he came to my contact. I was talking to him over WhatsApp call. He wants some miracle to happen to, get him out from the situation. I said, brother, let us talk. I am not a miracle man. Baba may be a miracle man. Let us talk. Let me understand what is going on. Then he started sharing. There were a lot of people who approached him, took money from him, saying that they will heal. When I did my investigation on that, I came to know 2-3 people who took money from him, they are the products of that lady from that workshop, saying that we will heal you, transfer $150, $200. And still he is ready to spend. I said, I'll be charging you. You have to pay me Shraddha Saburi. Those are 2 things you have to pay. But that's a mission failure because end of the day he asked, what's the number of that lady? After some 1 week. Okay, that's his. We can't do anything on that. So what I'm trying to say, if we don't understand Baba, the way he lived, we are basically allowing others to take a ride on us. Right? Then we will be taken for a big ride. So we should not allow anyone. Baba is accessible to everyone. All we have to do, we have to understand Baba. Right? How to understand Baba? Read Satcharitra. Simple. And beyond that, there are other. It is not just Satcharitra. B.V. Narasimha Swami's Life and Teachings of Baba is there. Read that. Life and Teachings of Sai Baba by B.V. Narasimha Swami. He dedicated his life researching about his history. Those things are there. And see, I used to say that watch Mere Sai, though I don't buy much of the stories in Mere Sai because much of the stories are fabricated, but it still carries the essence of the fakir, right? The compassion and wisdom is there. So I highly recommend to watch Mere Sai, but I want you people to refer yourself to read Satcharitra and the Life and Teachings of Sai Baba by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Why it is important? Because if we know the way he lived, okay, we will have some wisdom. By learning from him the way he lived, we will have some wisdom to handle our life challenges. At least our kids. I want our kids to learn. Okay, we crossed much of our time. But at least our kids should learn because as I was talking about, there is a Kali Yuga too. Much of you missed. I was talking about Kali Yuga too because of the technology, the way technology is growing up. Now we have the artificial intelligence. Right? Hope you guys know artificial intelligence, right? The AI is slowly taking up and much more is going to come. in another 3 to 5 years. I'm into that. I'm a techie. I'm into artificial intelligence. I'm in AI from 97. I know what's going to happen. Okay. So in another 3 to 5 years, we're going to have version 2 of what we have now. We call it as AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. When the AGI comes, it is equivalent or more than human intelligence. So 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to have a AI, artificial intelligence, which we cannot differentiate from human intelligence. If that's going to happen, what I'm trying to say is, slowly the compassion will be wiped away because the machines will take over. Already, because I own a business, digital marketing agency. Now I'm employing AI. I'm not employing the digital artists. You know, they used to create images, they write content. Nowadays, I'm employing AI because my clients, my customers and clients asking that. Why you are charging this much? You know, now the AI is there. You don't need to pay a salary. You getting my point? The business model got changed. The business model changed that the clients are asking why you are using the humans to, you know, draw an image. Now the AI is doing. Much of you got the flyer of this satsang in the groups. It is designed by the AI in 5 minutes. But 2-3 years ago, it was the humans we will be doing that flyer. They will take 2 days, 3 days. That flyer will come to us. We will give a chain. Again, they will go and change. It will take 2-3 days to complete one, or maybe some end of the day. But now it is 5 minutes. So obviously, we will prefer that only with a better quality. That means humans are washed away. With this intelligence, which is very primary, what the AI is now is a primary. Yes, dear. The AI is in a primary level. If the AGI is going to come, it is going to take over, for sure. So we have to prepare our kids. That's what I'm trying to say. The next generation should prepare for the wave that is going to come, which I call it as Kali Yuga 2. The Kali Yuga 2 is driven by the artificial intelligence. The very advanced AI that's going to come, that will take away much of the compassion and humanity that we are carrying. Our kids should learn that, adopt that. We should not leave that technology. We have to adopt the technology, but we have to carry the compassion. How to carry the compassion? To understand him, by understanding him. Right? We have to learn AI, but we should understand our Baba also. That's what I'm trying to say. Got it? So, understand Baba through the way he lived, one, and understand Baba the way he taught us, the teachings. I was talking about the lizard story. That is not the teaching. Some of you missed that, so let me recall. Maybe that's a recap for others. I was talking about the Baba's teaching through lizard story. There is a chapter 15, Lizard Sisters, right? Where the lizard will make a sound, the devotee will ask a question. Is a good omen or bad omen? So Baba says, we should not think that way. And Baba says, the lizard is happy because her sister is going to come from Aurangabad. And after a while, a guy came from, he was shaking the bag to feed his horse. Lizard jumped and entered the Dwarakamayi and both the lizard. It happened. That shows that Baba is Sarvavyapi. Right? That shows that established Baba is Sarvavyapi, without a question. But there is a thing. Baba knows because he is Sarvavyapi, how the lizard knows. You getting my point? Baba said that lizard knows that her sister is going to come. Right? How the lizard knows? Baba knows he is a Sarvavyapi. How the lizard will know? Right? But many of us didn't think that because we are inclined towards miracle. We are inclined towards his Sarvavyapitva. But we missed a fundamental thing, that how a lizard can know that. Getting my point? There, Baba asking us to think. And that's why I said Shraddha Saburi is very, very important. Why Baba was insisting on Shraddha and Saburi? Because of this. Baba actually teaching Shraddha Saburi through chapter 15 through the lizard sisters. So let me again explain Shraddha Saburi. Shraddha Saburi is this. They are not two different things. Shraddha Saburi is one. You know how? Let me explain. Shraddha means faith, right? We know that. And Saburi is patience. Okay? Patience will come only from faith. Without Shraddha, Saburi can't exist. Without faith, how we can hold the patience? Without Shraddha, we cannot hold the patience, right? If we don't have a trust, faith on something, how now we can hold the patience? That is not possible. So we have to have Shraddha, then only the Saburi will happen. And the Shraddha will come to us only when we have clarity and understanding towards a thing. Whatever it is. Let it be any subject, not just the God. Any subject. If we have a clarity and understanding, we will have a trust and faith on that subject. Right? And that clarity and understanding comes only from, knowing that knowing will come only from the questions. If we are blindly accepting things, that will weaken our Shraddha and Saburi. Because we are blindly accepting things, right? I gave an example. If I'm saying Baba is there in the next room, that is a belief. You don't have any verification on that, right? If I say Baba is in the other room, you have to check it out, right? Okay, you checked it, Baba is there. Okay, fine. That becomes your Shraddha. You have to question everything, then we have to accept. When we question everything, when we accept that, that becomes the faith, because we have clarity. When we have that clarity and Shraddha will blossom, from that Shraddha we will get the Saburi. Right? Only the Shraddha will give the power, endurance to have the patience. If you don't have the Shraddha, you will lose the patience. Got it, na? And that is what Baba is teaching through the lizard story, actually. Think. That is what. Because Baba is so hardcore guru that he doesn't want any other belief systems. He wants people to think. Because we developed a lot of stories, Puranas. In our Sanatana Dharma, we have a lot of stories. And much of the stories are built on belief system. And because of that, we are misled. Getting my point? Okay, I may sound very atheist, but I'm following Baba, so I have to share this, that we all know the Ganapati Puran, right? We know how the Ganesh ji came. Any of you know the story of Ganesh ji? How the Ganesh ji came? You know the story of the Ganesh ji? Tell me how Ganesh ji came.
When Parvati Mata was partying, she was rubbing her hands and body.
The chandan or whatever.
Was coming out. So she made a
boy out of
picture of a boy. So in that boy she put life. So that Ganesh.
Yes. Then what happened?
Then
Shivji came.
she
went to have bath.
She went for a bath and told Ganesh that don't send anyone in. Ganesh was not. Ganesh don't know that he was my father. So by mistake, Ganesh told Shivji that don't go in. My mother is bathing. So Ganesh told Shivji that I will go in. So
the Ganesh ji stopped Shivji when Shivji forcibly want to enter. He stopped and we know the story. And he cut his head, right? And then they made an elephant. Yes. So now the question is, Shivji is a god. He is a god. And so not a normal god, he is a yogi. He is a yogi god. How, see, is it good to get an anger for a god? Is that a normal thing for a god to get anger? That too, cutting a small boy's head? That to a god who is a yogi? Is that a right thing? Because that small boy is doing his duty. Am I right? He was given a duty to guard that place. He was doing that. How come Shivji can do this? It's not right, na? It is unfair. Am I right? To cut his head. That to cut his head. Getting anger is also wrong, but he went to the far extent cutting his head. It's wrong or wrong? It's not right, man. Unfair. The boy is doing his duty. And being said he is a God, he should know that his son is there. And he has been given an assignment to stop him. Being a God, he knows, and still he cut the head means there is something not fixing. Am I right? Getting my point? We should not get anger. Even humans should not get anger. It's not good for us because we'll be losing our balance. Right? If a God is getting anger, that too with a small boy, and the anger is so violent that cutting his head doesn't make any sense. That too, that guy is doing his duty. Right? So it is wrong. Getting my point? Because it's a fabricated story. I may sound very rude, but this is the fact. And much of our Puranas are built on this fabricated story, and we have been misled all the time. Is there Ganeshji's references in Vedas? Because Vedas are the topmost for us. We have to stick with our Vedas. Being a Hindu or a Sanatana Dharmi, we have to follow Vedas. Vedas are the highest scriptures that we have to follow. In Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says, he refers Vedas only. He says that it is said like this in Vedas. He often quotes Vedas, Sri Krishna. When Sri Krishna quotes Vedas, that means Vedas are the topmost, right, scripture, right? In that Vedas, is there any reference about Ganeshji? Anyone knows that? No. Ganeshji is the story that came in the last 1,000 years, or maybe 1,200. Maybe it's disturbing, but this is the fact. Because we have changed. See, much of the Ganesh idols, I don't know much about the here, but in the south, we can see that Ganesh under the pupil tree. Have you noticed that? Under the tree. And Ganesh tree with the tongue, right? We basically had the worship of Kundalini. Have you noticed that in the under the trees, there are a lot of serpents with a coil thing, and there is a coil tail, right? That during the sculpture, okay, that got changed into Ganeshji. That is the fact actually. Maybe it is very feeble. My theory may be feeble. I'm not saying that. I studied that. I'm saying that. But there is no reference about Ganeshji in Vedas. Kartikeya is there, but not Ganeshji. Getting my point? Because someone doesn't know, because someone asks, some kid would have asked someone that why this God got an elephant head, right? So someone doesn't know how to say this story. So they came out with the story because if a God can fix an elephant's head, why can't he fix back that same head? Right? Because they want to give a justification. Why I'm saying that? Because if we don't question, we will be taken for a big ride. In the names of Puranas, in the names of many things, and many people will come and they will talk some story and they will scam you. Say, I'm dared to talk about this because I don't want kids to be misled. We are following this for many years, but this is not. I'm a Chaturvedi. I know what is what. Okay? You know what is meant by Chaturvedi? The one who follows the 4 Vedas. Got it? You know what is Vedas? What is Vedas?
Which are rituals are
What?
Vedas are, I don't know exactly.
In a very simple way, Vedas are the scriptures that talks about God. How to know God, how to realize God. If you take Veda, the first part got the rituals. Ignore that. If you go to the last part of the Vedas, we have the Upanishads there. The Vedanta. It talks about how to realize the Brahman, God. I was talking about this, that one day we all will go away. We will all get old and we'll go away. That's going to come, undeniable truth. And that should be in a graceful way. Right? That going should be graceful. Got it? How is that possible that going should be graceful? Anyone knows that? Because everyone going to get old and we're going to have a challenge. If we are living healthy, when we are going to sleep, we are going, okay, fine, that's good. But if we end up, as a bedridden, something like that, because we know much of our elders who live like that. Because only the body got the age, mind is not. The mind will suffer inside that old body, saying that when I was that young, I was playing here and there, jumping here and there. Now I am not able to do all this, right? Even for go to toilet, I am, depending on others. I need a bedpan, this. That's happening everywhere. We are seeing that. So when we are getting old, the end should be graceful. Maybe I'm talking a bitter thing, but this is the fact, right? Today we don't have anything, but tomorrow that is there, waiting for us. That is undeniable truth, waiting for us, ticking every day. Every day we are minus, we're getting, that is taking our thing. So what I'm trying to say is that end should be graceful. Why I'm talking about that? We should know the technology to make that graceful. That's what I mean. Our elders know that, our ancestors knows that. They implemented through the Vanaprastham. There are 4 ways of ashram. Hope you guys know that. Right? So the 4th one is the Vanaprastham. Our elders lived that life. The Vanaprastham is to make one prepare for sannyas. The aspirant wife will follow the Vanaprastham and then one day they will take the sannyas and one day they do the Nam Jap, everything, they will go. Just like that. Just like that. They will, changing the dress, they will shed this body and they will go away without disturbing anyone. We lack that. We are away from all that. We are behind many things. We develop ailments. Right? We are away from our guru. We are away from our guru's teaching. And so, the end will be very challenging. At least we should learn this, that our end should be graceful. That's what I am trying to say. We should not be a disturbance to others. We should not be a disturbance to ourselves. Just like changing our dress, we have to change and go. It is possible. And our Baba did that. Hope you know. Baba was lying on Malstapadi's lap for 3 days. And many of us saying that Baba did that because he was suffering from asthma. He wanted to cure and he wanted to get out of asthma. So he did that 3 days samadhi. That happened somewhere in 1886. Much before, 20 years before, he used to cure people of suffering from asthma, fever, this. How come, why he need to go for a samadhi to cure himself? No. Just like us, he was practicing certain sadhana and he attained the highest spiritual status and he became the Sakshat Parabrahm by taking the 3-day samadhi. That anyone can do. Because we are making Baba as an avatar, we are thinking that only avatars can do. No, anyone can do. Back in Tamil Nadu, there is a community, they have this practice. Oh, yeah. Hope that gentleman knows that. Yes. And we are practicing certain yoga called Vasi Yoga. It is a little advanced than Kriya Yoga. If we practice that, we can choose our date. After completing all our commitments, no one is depending on us and no commitments. And we know that slowly our body is deteriorating. That is the date we have to choose. And we have to go. I'm talking for the layman. But it is not necessary. We can attain samadhi when we are living in this body. Samadhi is not that comes after the death. That samadhi can happen when we are living. It is a state of consciousness. That is all. When we attain that, there are different levels of samadhi. Okay? There is a Jiva Samadhi, Sahaja Samadhi, Nirvikalpa, Vikalpa Samadhi, Asmita, Sasmita, and there is a Mahasamadhi. What our Baba attained is Mahasamadhi. Any of you know the Ayyappa of Sabrimala? No. See, we have many gurus. Ayyappa is one guru. Sabrimala, you know? Sabrimala, right? Okay. There is one deity called Ayyappa, Sri Ayyappa. He is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And you know Raghavendra Swami? Any of you know Raghavendra?
Yes.
He is in Jiva Samadhi,
He will be there for 300 years.
700 years. The body will be in a condition for 300, and there is a light form of body will be there. That will be there for 700 years in that place. In Sufism, it is called Misali-ism. The Guru will live in the form of light. Our Baba is on the highest Mahasamadhi. That's why it is called Mahasamadhi. 1918 is not the Mahasamadhi. That is Punyatidi. All the devotees of Baba should know this, that 1918, October 15th, right? That is not Mahasamadhi. That is Punyatidi. Baba attained Mahasamadhi in 1886. Because we don't know what is the meaning of Samadhi. Anyone know what is the meaning of Samadhi? What is the meaning of Samadhi?
Maybe connecting to higher self, like being in the highest level of consciousness.
Okay, so that means there is a highest level of consciousness that we are in the lowest level of consciousness. Okay. See, Samadhi is a Sanskrit term, Sanskrit. It is a combination of two words, Sama plus Di. Di means Buddhi. Buddhi becomes equanimous to the, whatever you said, no? The higher consciousness. When the Buddhi, the individual Buddhi, we call it as Jivatma. This Jivatma is also got a Buddhi. This Buddhi, okay, working with this consciousness is working with the senses, the five senses, called the eyes, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, sensations. These are the five senses. When our consciousness is working with the five senses, we call Jivatma, Buddhi, Jiva Buddhi. When we are filtering out all these senses, and what remains is just the Buddhi, that will become one with the ultimate. That is called the Parama Buddhi or Paramatma. And that is called Samadhi. This individual consciousness becomes the super consciousness, is called the Samadhi. It's a very beautiful Sanskrit term, Sama plus Di. Basically, what is there is Di. Di is Buddhi. So the Buddhi is working inside the individual with the senses, and we are identifying so and so because of the senses, and we are thinking I'm an individual, I'm a male, I'm a female, I'm an American Indian, I'm this, I'm that. Because through the senses we are accumulated all this, right? You're getting my point? From the day we born, we accumulated lot of layers of data, right? Thinking I'm a male, I'm a female, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a friend of this, I'm a son of this, I'm a daughter of this, I'm a wife of this, I'm a wife of that person, I'm a husband of this. All these are data that we collected upon us. If we minus all that, if I take out all that, repeat out all that, what is there? Getting my point? From the day born, you develop lot of layers like an onion. When I
can't avoid these relations, na?
Huh?
But you can't avoid these relations.
I'm not saying, I never said to avoid. I'm talking about the reality. See, when you live with the bondages, with the relations, knowing this truth, it is called the Karma Yoga. You know why we are celebrating Sri Krishna and Sri Rama? Because they know this truth and they lived their life. They didn't avoid it anyone. We have to know that. We have to live that Karma Yoga. We have to become the Karma Yogi. When I'm saying the truth, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to leave. This is needed. This body is needed. The bandhus are needed. Everything is needed. But we have to know what is this. Getting my point? Because when all this there, the suffering is also there. Strings attached. Am I right? When the strings attached, we should know how to handle that. If we have this knowledge, and we will handle it better. If you don't have this knowledge, the bandhus will become the enemies. Getting me? Why Baba is like that? Because he is having that knowledge. That is why he demonstrated the highest compassion. If we know that knowledge, if we carry that wisdom, we will also demonstrate such a compassion. We will become the most harmonious person we can live among others. That is why he is there. So I'm not saying to avoid. I'm saying how to live. Getting my point? Karma Yoga. Have you heard of Nishkama Karma Yoga? I'm talking about that. Sri Krishna talks about Nishkama Karma Yoga. He taught us. He is the supreme guru, Sri Krishna. Right? He taught us Nishkama Karma Yoga. And he lived that. Best example. We know he is such a playboy. Right? And he is a yogi. Highest form. He is the yogi of the highest order. Sri Krishna. We have to learn from him. And he is another kind of yogi. In another way. Rama is another way of yogi. Rama went through a lot of sufferings, right? We know. If we read Valmiki Ramayana, we know that what Rama went through. And we also know what Krishna went through. No one suffered like Krishna, right? Krishna born in where? Right? Not in a centralized AC hospital, right? He born in a cowshed, right? And what he went through? He was not able to marry Radha. He ended up marrying Rukmani. All his life, lot of failures, lot of things. He didn't live a life of what he wanted. And the end of Sri Krishna was very utter. If you know the Vyasa Bharatam, the way it is wrote, we know that Sri Krishna was killed. You know that? A hunter struck the arrow that hit Sri Krishna, and he suffered terribly on that. He suffered for more than a week, and then he died when he was like 86. We don't know all that. We know only a charming boy, Krishna. But when he was even when Krishna was in the Mahabharata war, he was like in his 70s. But what we know in the movies, a young charm boy guiding the Arjuna, but he was 70 plus when he was riding the chariot. So we don't know all that. So why I'm saying that? I'm not saying to avoid. I'm saying how to live among all the sufferings. Like how our Baba did. He was, he attained that wisdom, but still he lived among us, guiding us. I'm saying that we have to attain that wisdom so that we can guide others also, right? If you are not guiding others, at least we won't disturb us. And we won't allow others to disturb us. If we learn that wisdom from him, we won't allow others to disturb and we won't be a disturbance to others. We can live a harmonious life. Got it? So, to end this session, what I'm saying, sorry? Yep.
Baba received a gift from his guru.
1 second. What is that?
Baba received a brick from his guru.
Baba?
Brick.
Brick.
I know. What was the reasoning behind that?
Significance, because, see, again, it's a very good question actually. The brick, it is said that, according to my research, the brick was given to him by his guru. Okay? And it is a Sufi tradition. Okay? It is not someone threw the brick and guru saved him. And, that is why he is saying, no, that is not a thing. And I want to share here about Venkusha. Then I will come to your question. First, we have to understand who is Venkusha. Then only we will understand the brick. Okay? Anyone know who is Venkusha? Huh? Yeah. But where he lived, who is he? It is said that Venkusha is from Sellu. Right? We all know that when Baba was under his guidance, someone threw the brick and Baba's guru came in between. He took that stone on him and that hit on his forehead and he saved Baba from, certain jealousy guys. And he was bleeding and he was nearing his end of his days. Right? This is what he told, na? That is not. That is not. That's a fabricated one. But it happened. I'm not saying that didn't happen. It happened. But there is a flip in the story. We know this story through our Daskanu Maharaj. Because he went to Sellu, he investigated everything. And then he came out with this story of Venkusha. When Daskanu Maharaj went there, he went there somewhere in 1905, 1907. And he investigated that story. That story happened 100 years before Das Kanu. Getting my point? Das Kanu investigated this story 100 years before his time. And Das Kanu, we know, 120 years before us. Right? So, what actually happened is, Das Kanu Maharaj went and investigated there about Venkusha, right? And he found that Venkusha is Baba's guru. Because Baba was often referring the name Venkusha throughout all the Satcharitra, right? So he was also talking about Sellu. That's why Das Kanu Maharaj went to Sellu. And when he found that Venkusha is there, but he is not, as Venkusha, his name is Gopal Rao Deshmukh. Okay? And he is the Bhakt of Balaji, Tirupati Balaji. That Gopal Rao Deshmukh is Bhakt of, devotee of, and he concluded that he is Venkusha because of the name. Venkatesha, Venkusha are the names of the Tirupati Balaji Bhakt devotees. Okay, so he decided he may be, because the villagers said there was a Muslim boy who was a disciple of that Venkusha, like that. I mean, Gopal Rao Deshmukh. So, Das Kanu Maharaj concluded that Venkusha, that means the Gopal Rao Deshmukh is Venkusha, under him Baba got trained. No, that was a timeline misunderstanding by our Das Kanu Maharaj, because this Venkusha, the so-called Venkusha, he is not Venkusha actually, his name is Gopal Rao Deshmukh. He lived and passed away in 1801. If you go to Sellu, I went there, there is scriptures about him that says he passed away in 1801. His samadhi is there in Sellu, that Balaji temple. Behind the Balaji temple, there is a big tree. Behind that, his samadhi is there. It is written that he passed away in 1801. His samadhi is 1801. That means the Gopal Rao Deshmukh took samadhi 31 years before Baba born. How can he be guru? Then why Das Kanu Maharaj said that? But there is a half truth. Okay, that it happened to me that I came out with that maybe that is the completing part of what Das Kanu Maharaj left, which is the story is right, but it is not Baba, it is Baba's guru. If you replace that Muslim boy who lived with Gopal Rao Deshmukh, is none other than our Baba's guru. That is our Parama Guru, Venkusha, who lived with Gopal Rao Deshmukh is Venkusha, that Muslim boy, our Baba's guru. His name is Roshan Shah Mia. Got it? So Roshan Shah Mia, who took guidance from Gopal Rao Deshmukh, and he becomes our Baba's guru later on. Because he was getting the guidance from Gopal Rao Deshmukh, he was following the Vaishnava Sampradaya of the Balaji Tirupati thing. He also got that name Venkusha. In Maharashtra, the Sufis and the Nath Sampradaya will have a dual name. The Sufis will have a Hindu name. The Hindus will have a Muslim name. It is there. I am not saying. It is there already. I will give one example. There is a sant called Shah Murtaza Bamni. Okay, he lived some 150 years before Baba, 200 years before Baba. Shah Murtaza Bamni. He is coming under the Baba's lineage, Guru Parambara. So I was researching. I was not getting any information about Shah Murtaza Bamni. I searched. No single clue, but I know that such a person existed. I didn't get any clue. But later on, I got another information that his name is Mrityunjaya. When I followed that name Mrityunjaya, then I got a lot of information. And he took samadhi in northern Karnataka. And he followed the Anand sect of Nath Sampradaya. All the thing came out. So this is a practice that a Muslim will have a Hindu name. The Hindu will have a Muslim. That is there in Maharashtra. Not everywhere, at least there. Because of a certain thing happened in Maharashtra. That is what my research is all about. That, see, let me give an example before coming to the brick, because then only you will understand the significance of the brick. If you understand all this. See what happened. Moinuddin Chishti of Ajmeri Wala, when he came to Rajasthan some 850 years ago, he came to Rajasthan, he settled in Ajmer, and he got a disciple called Bakhtiyar Kaki. And he got another disciple called Baba Fariduddin Ganshakar. And he got another disciple called Nizamuddin Auliya of Delhi. Right? Why I'm listing out this? There is a reason. This Nizamuddin Auliya, Hazrat Nizamuddin Auliya, got a disciple called Zarzari Baksh. Nizamuddin Auliya asked Zarzari Baksh to go down and settle in Kuldabad. Kuldabad is 150 kilometers from Shirdi. He asked Zarzari Baksh to go and settle there and spread the Sufism. So Zarzari Baksh came down to Kuldabad with 700 Sufis and settled down there. When he came there, lot of Nath Sampradaya yogis were there. Got it? And when these fellows came, right, what will happen? Friction would have happened, right? Hardcore Hindus are there. Hardcore Muslims are coming. Friction should happen, right? No. A brotherhood started emerging. These Sufis and Nath Sampradaya yogis, they started mingling. They started exchanging their ideas. The Nath started learning music and singing from the Sufis. And the Sufis started learning yoga from the Nath people. And after 300 years, after Zarzari Baksh, a new Guru Paramara started emerging from that. That Guru Paramara is a mix of this. For Nath yogis, Sufi will be a Guru. For Sufis, a Nath will be a Guru. This lineage started and our Baba belonged to that. This solves the age-old, Baba looks like a Muslim, look like a Hindu. He practiced both because his paramara is both.
So basically, he was a Hindu, but he had a Muslim guru.
How do you know?
You said only that Muslims are going to have a Nath guru and Nath guru, vice versa.
Yeah. But you are saying Baba is a Hindu.
No, because his guru was Muslim.
They were both. They mixed both, See, I was talking about Chansha Bodle.
Yeah.
I shared Chansha Bodle. Right? He looked like our Baba. When I was doing this research, anyone know Janardhan Swami's disciple?
Who's?
Janardhan Swami's disciple. Eknath Maharaj. Anyone know Eknath Maharaj?
Yes.
He's a big figure in Maharashtra. Eknath Maharaj. Right? He is such a Hindu figure, Hindu icon. Eknath Maharaj. His guru is Janardhan Swami. Janardhan Swami's guru is Chansha Bodle, is a Sufi. Chansha Bodle got Janardhan Swami as a disciple, and there is another disciple called Sheikh Muhammad. Sheikh Muhammad of Srigonda. Why I am mentioning this name? Sheikh Muhammad of Srigonda is the guru of Shivaji Maharaj's grandfather. Shivaji Maharaj, we know, is the icon of Hindu Rashtra. But his guru, his grandfather's guru is a Sufi. Such a harmony existed. And from that lineage only our Baba came. Okay, now coming back to your thing. The brick. Why I am talking about all this Sampradaya? Because when we know the Sampradaya, they have a practice of having the brick, the Sufis. Okay? The Sufis, they have a thing called Wazud, or they will, when they go for prayer, they will wash their hands and legs. You know that? They will wash. Yes. The Muslims do the...
Yeah.
Right? Okay. There is an exemption if the person having allergy towards water or they are into something, they cannot use the water. They are allowed to use the earthen made, a pot or a brick or something. They can touch that, they can wash it. Getting my point?
How come?
If they can't use water before going to prayer, they have to wash. Okay. If they can't use the water for some reason, if the water is not available or they are allergic to the water, whatever reason, they are allowed to use earthen made things like, a pot or a brick, which is made of it.
Soil also.
Ah, yes.
Clay, basically clay.
Huh?
Basically clay.
Clay.
Okay.
Like a brick or whatever. That they can touch that and they can use it. Which I saw in front of my own eyes when I was staying in Andhra Pradesh. When I was, doing my research, there was one Sufi Baba in Kadapa. There, I saw, he's very old fellow. He is not able to wash and all that. So they will give this kind of brick kind of thing. He will touch that and he will do the wuzu, right? So then I got this hope, something, So I asked him. So he explained everything. Then I did a research, and then I came to know it was Roshan Samiya gave that brick to Baba. Because that brick is for before going to prayer. It is not that story. Got it, no? So he was carrying that as his guru's love. Got it? Because his guru used to touch that and wash it before prayer. That's the thing. That is the significance. Got it? So, ending this, I was talking about, see, these are the unknown things about Baba, right? We are much been kept away from the fact. Right? I was talking about the 500 rupees dakshina. We don't know anything about that, right? Right? There was a police surveillance that was happening when Baba was living in Dwarakamai. We don't know about that. There is no such specification about that in Satcharitra. I'm not, criticizing, but I'm saying Baba's life is more than that. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyone can access through the RTA, right to know information. It is there in Kolkata archives. Just submit your passport and you get the information about our Baba, investigated by the police who served for British government. They gave a report in 1911, weekly intelligence report, coming under the weekly intelligence report, January, February 1911. It talks about because Bala Gangadhar Tilak and G. Kapate visited Baba, the government started spying because they are the, according to the British government, they are the spies. I mean, the terrorists. For us, they are freedom fighters. Sorry? So the surveillance was going on that they used to submit report every week. That report is still there. It is about our Baba. A hardcore fact. It is there. It says that Baba, one of the reports says that Baba came and settled 40 years ago. Like that. We will come to know more. That report says that there is a tons of money in front of Baba. He never gave a look. Police report. That we have to learn. No? See, as I told that before also, that we have love and respect for our Guru, Sai. But if we go into the ground reality, our love and respect will multifold. Because it's a reality that we will see in front of our eyes. When I did that research, now also when I'm going to Gurustan, I don't have a gut to go there. Because whenever I cross Gurustan, when I see the neem tree, my throat will choke. Because I will see a small fellow sitting there. Right? Without no one's support. Without anyone. A small boy sitting there. Still I will see that. Till now. So I don't have a gut to go because I will cry. If I go there, my eyes will shed tears. So I don't want to get myself embarrassed in front of people. I avoid going to Gurustan. Because it is more than me. Because when I see a boy sitting there. Hey, he did that much for us. Right? Sitting under the neem tree, eating the neem leaves. Getting all the insect bites. Snakes will be going on. 180 years ago, Shirdi. Just imagine, living under the neem tree. 3 years, all the winters and summers. Summers very horrible in Shirdi. I'm living there, I know how it is. Very horrible. Winters will be more horrible. And that small boy was living there and did that, everything for us. When he left such a legacy, we should follow that. That's what my humble request is. We have to learn by, the way he lived. As it is. Not through the fabricated stories. We have to learn. Satcharitra is not fabricated. Satcharitra is as it is. Only thing we have to decode certain things which is left behind. Like chapter 15, lizard. There is another thing which with that I will end up. Chapter 32. Then Baba talks about the Sarkar part. No? Right? Chapter 32, Sarkar part. Where Baba mentioned about 3 entities. My Fakir, my Bhagwan, my Sarkar. Anyone know that who is Baba is referring to? We know Baba is Fakir. But Baba is mentioning my Fakir, my Bhagwan, my Sarkar. Anyone know who is that? Any idea? Okay, who is called Bhagwan? Baba was very choosy on his word. He selected that word Bhagwan. Do you know, in our Hindu thing, we have Trinity. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. And who is called Bhagavan? In these three, who is Bhagavan? Do we say that Brahma Bhagavan or Shiva Bhagavan? No, no. Vishnu only we call Bhagavan. Right? Other than Vishnu, we won't call anyone as Bhagavan. Because Bhagavan is a word got its own meaning that is applicable only for Vishnu. We don't know that, so we don't know that. Okay, so Vishnu as Bhagavan. If Vishnu is Bhagavan, who is Fakir and who is Sarkar? No idea? Sarkar means? Okay, here he meant Sarkar means the Brahma. Brahma, the four-faced god of Hindus, no? Brahma, the one who creates, creator. The one who is given job of creation. The one who sustains is Vishnu, right? And one who destroys is Rudra, Shiva. And the Fakir is the Rudra. Because Shiva is Fakir, right?
Yogi, yeah.
Right. He's a yogi, Fakir. Muslims call Fakir, we call it as yogi. So here Baba is mentioning about the three, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar. He called them as Sarkar, Bhagwan and Fakir. You know why he is mentioning that? In that he was talking about a treasury.
Yes.
He was talking about a treasury. That treasury is nothing but a spiritual treasury, right?
Yeah.
He says, those who are blessed can take this treasury.
Correct.
But all are coming and asking, give. Right? But I am holding all this treasure to take this away. They can take the loads and loads. But people are still asking. You know what that means? This is the nailing of Baba's teaching, I can say. The lizard is one awesome example, but this Sarkar part is the most nailing part of Baba's teaching. Any idea what Baba is trying to convey here? See, Baba talks about the spiritual treasure. That is very evident.
Yes.
Baba is not talking about any materialistic stuff, gold, diamond, nothing. He's talking about the spiritual stuff. And he's saying that is there, cartloads. Right? In Satcharitra 32, he says that that treasure is there, cartloads. But people are coming and asking, give. Because much of our people approaching Baba for that give.
Materialistic things. Or materialistic things.
But Baba says it is there, take it. Baba talks about spiritual treasure. If we take that spiritual treasure, there is no point of asking. That's what I was talking about, the spell bee competition. I was talking about spell bee competition, that if, so I was saying, let me recap, some of you missed it. One devotee, put a prayer, requested a prayer that one of her student wants to be number one in spell bee competition. He wants to, pray to Baba that Baba should make that kid to become number one. So basically what she is asking Baba to push the other kids. Right? Push the other kids so that this kid will come to number one. Baba will never do that. We have a misunderstanding about Baba. Am I right? If we have an understanding about Baba, we won't ask such things. Am I right or wrong? This is the spiritual wisdom Baba is talking about. Getting my point? If we have this spiritual wisdom, we won't ask such questions. That is what Baba said, no? But people are still asking, give. But there is a treasure, take it. If you take it, you won't ask. Right? And that lizard, the guy asked, no? Good omen, bad omen. No such asking will be there. We have to understand our Sadguru. The way what he is, the way he lived, the way he taught. If we understand that, we can take cartloads of wisdom. I did that. That's why I am blessed to live in Shirdi. I can very proudly say, because I have all that love for that old man.
That is very much evident from your post.
Yeah. I can very proudly say that, I love him a lot. Because he did a lot to me. That's a different thing. But I love him for what he is. Getting my point? I'm not loving him for what he did to me. Of course, I have the gratitude. But I love him for what he is. If we see Baba from this angle, much of our problems will solve. Getting my point? Got it? So, what I'm saying, understand Baba, so that at least we will have a direct communion with Baba. Now I'm happily living in Shirdi, in my apartment, where only me and my fakir is there, writing about him, living up, there. All the day I'm communicating, just 2-3 minutes, I'll take my scooter, go to Dwarka Mai, sit there, whatever the time, because Dwarka Mai is 24/7 open. The sanctum is closed, but the heart is open. Na? So whenever I want, I will go. I will sit there, come back. Greatest blessing a devotee can take, right? And the greatest blessing a devotee can take is to write about him, to know about him. That he gave. You know why? Because I started questioning him. I want to know him. Who is this? Who is this guy? Why he is doing all this? Why he is like that? And he gave me. See, I get goosebumps. Because I started questioning, because I want to know more about him, why he is like that, he gave me the door to enter his darbar. And that darbar is open to everyone, not just me. Anyone can do that. Just to understand him. Understand him. See, in one of my podcasts, I said, transform your heart as Dwarkami. Because that is where he lived, right? Turn your heart into Dwarkami. How to, because if your heart becomes Dwarkami, he will live there. And you will become Baba. Everyone can become Baba. That is the highest seva that we can do to our Guru. If you turn yourself into Baba, that is the highest form of Guru seva. Because that's what he wanted, right? Because that's what he lived. If we live that life, that is the highest Guru seva.
Excuse me, Anna, I just wanted to ask one thing. Like, when you said this line that I love Baba for the person he is. I won't say he was, for the person he is. Then, like, imagining the kind of person he is, to what high level would his guru be?
That's what.
I mean, if he was such, then naturally his guru would have been in a much at a much higher state, is it? But none of
Not
us,
necessarily.
Yeah, none of us know even the name of.
But he is such a great spiritual figure. Because of him, only we got Baba.
Yeah.
We have to have that gratitude. But Baba's spiritual stature is something else. See, because I told we have to understand Baba the way he lived, and from the certain things that we see. Baba used to say Allah, Allah Malik. Why he used to say Allah Malik? Because that's the thing. I'll come to that. Why he used to say Allah Malik? Because he was practicing Sufism also. He belongs to both. He was practicing Nath Sampradaya. Hope you guys know what is Nath Sampradaya, right? Nath Sampradaya is from the Dattatreya lineage. Machendranath, Gorakhnath, Jalandharnath, Kanifnath, all the Nath, Vagera. So Baba is belong to both because of the mixed lineage that started coming up, right? So what I'm going to say is, Baba got a guru. Undeniably, there is a guru. But Baba's stature is much more than that, because there is a concept in Sufism called Nizam. Nizam is a spiritual kingdom, a spiritual administration. In the Nizam, there is a hierarchy. In that hierarchy, all the awliyas are there. You know meaning of awliya? Anyone know? Awliya means friend of God. Such a beautiful word. Our Baba is awliya, right? And there is a hierarchy. And the topmost one, there will be only one on the topmost of this hierarchy. That person or awliya will be called Qutub al-Aqtab. Qutub al-Aqtab. He is the topmost. In Nath Sampradaya, in Hindu Sampradaya, he is called the Vishwaguru, Jagat Guru. Technically, that is equivalent. Jagat Guru or Avatuda. So there is a Qutub al-Aqtab and Qutub al-Abdal, and there are a lot of hundreds of awliyas, regionally, state-wise, lot of there. Their duty is to take care, that's all. But the one on the top, I'm coming to that, okay? The one on the top have a protocol, Only these persons can be Qutub al-Aqtab, Jagat Guru. One such thing is, only a Qutub al-Aqtab can order the nature. if there is a storm, rain or whatever, only the Kutuba Laktab or the Jagat Guru can order to stop. Others can pray. Only a Kutuba Laktab or the Jagat Guru can stop. And our Baba did that. Standing in the edge of the Dwaraka Mahi, using his satka, he stopped. Right? That shows Baba is a Kutuba Laktab, Jagat Guru. Why I am saying Baba's Guru is not.
Baba's Guru is?
Baba's Guru is not Jagat Guru.
Yeah.
Baba's Guru was a Guru. He gave him that, but Baba attained that. He became Jagat Guru. We know Adi Shankaracharya,
Yes.
right? You know who is Guru of Adi Shankaracharya? Gaudapada. We don't know much about Gaudapada. Only we know Adi Shankaracharya because Adi Shankaracharya is a Jagat Guru. Right? We don't know much about Gaudapada, right?
Not at all.
You know why? Actually, it's a very good question. One who serves humanity with their wisdom, with their wisdom and compassion, if they serve the humanity, they will become Jagat Guru.
Okay.
Gaudapada never did all that. He trained Adi Shankaracharya. He gave Adi Shankaracharya, okay, we have the gratitude. But Adi Shankaracharya went across
Yes.
all the corners of Bharata.
Traveled and all.
He re-established the Advaita. Right? So he is Jagat Guru. He did that. And our Baba did that to people. And he is Jagat Guru. We don't know much about our Guru, I mean our Parama Guru, because he didn't do such things. He helped Baba to attain that. And we have to have the gratitude for that, because he gave such a Guru.
Exactly.
Right? So he is a great person. That's without saying that. That's a different, because in Sufism there is a thing called Zahir and Baitan. Zahir means they will publicly do things. Whatever. The service or whatever, or spreading the wisdom, they will do it publicly. The Baitan, they are kind of a shadow. They will be behind the scenes. They will develop gurus.
For example, nowadays a teacher may have many students. One of them, if he becomes an IAS officer, we know the IAS officer, but not the name of the teacher.
That's a good example, that way. So Baba is like that. Baba's Guru is like that. So that's the thing. So coming back, if we understand Baba the way he is, by learning Satcharitra or other scriptures. When I say other scriptures, I have to be very careful, like B.V. Narasimha Swami's life and teachings of Baba, like that. We have to understand the way Baba, the way he lived. Okay, that's one thing. And Baba's teachings like chapter 15 and chapter 32, the way we interpreted it, right? That is very, very important. See, we read Satcharitra for a long time, but many of us doesn't know what is the meaning of chapter 15.
Correct.
In Global Mahaparang, hope you guys know. Every week we are reading and reporting. Many times we read chapter 15.
That is a mechanical reading.
We are so inclined about Baba's Sarva Vyabhitvam, right? But we never thought about the lizard. But that is what Baba wanted us to think about. That is the teaching. You are getting my point, right? The way he lived, what he taught. This is what we have to learn as it is. If we learn this as it is, we can avoid the middleman in between. I am taking this as a greater mission because much of our scams are happening in Baba community. That is a thing that is not, I want that to happen for my Guru's name. Getting? I want everyone to take this vow because of this, everyone misusing our Guru's name. I will do this puja, I will do that puja. If you happen to get into astrology online, you will see Baba's picture and they will put, I will do Vasigaran, touch this. What is the connection between Baba and Vasigaran? Yeah?
That is there.
We have to wipe out this. We have to wipe out this. We cannot fight with those people. Like I was talking about one lady. She says that Baba is coming into her and healing. I cannot. See, initially I thought I want to fight with all them. Many will come. I want people to learn, devotees to learn. That is the best way. So that is why there is satsang, where we have to learn about Baba. We have to know Baba. If we know Baba, we won't allow anyone to be between. No middleman, nothing. Just one-to-one. Just us and Baba. I have a personal experience that Okay, understand Baba. There is a practical way to have a communion with Baba. That's what I wanted to share with you people. Before we end this session, we had a theoretical session, right? To understand Baba, his teachings and life. That is the importance of that. Now, we are coming into the practical session where Nam Jap is very, very, very important. See, I'm a hardcore Kriya Yoga practitioner. Okay, I practiced Kriya Yoga and other stuff for more than 12 years. I learned that from many big peoples who lived in caves in Tamil Nadu. Okay, I practiced that. But when I came to Shirdi, when I started living in Shirdi, when I was doing the research, I came across the thing, the Nam Jap. Sufis call that as zikr. Okay, Baba is so simple guy, simple guru. He fusioned the Kriya of the Nath Sampradaya and the Zikr of the Sufis. It is Baba's teaching, no one knows. Baba taught this to Shama. Shama practiced that. G. Kaperde, he written in his diary that one day he was sleeping in Dwarakamayi, he got up. He got up in between the night. He wanted to go away. He got up. Shama was sleeping next to him. He saw that Shama is in sleep, fast asleep, but still he is reciting Nam Jap. Such a great thing which Baba taught Shama. The relationship between Shama and Baba is very beautiful. No, that will go on. If we talk about Baba, no, this is not enough. So let me end up with this, that Nam Jap is that powerful, which Baba taught, which luckily I came across, that I learned. I got initiated into certain things because I learned the Kriya Yoga and all the other things of yoga. For 12 years I practiced all that from 2013 to 2025. 2024 September I came to Shirdi. That was the end of my 12 years of yoga sadhana. Maybe Baba wanted that way, 12 years, then you come. Then I came to Shirdi. When I came to Shirdi, when I was doing my research, I learned this zikr and all that, Nam Jap, the way they are doing. Then I understood that that's what Baba was doing actually. Have you heard of Ajaba Jap? Anyone know Ajaba Jap, right? When we do the Japam, right? Japa, that will end up in Ajaba Jap. Japa is chanting the name of the deity or a guru or whatever. For us, it's Sai. When we are chanting Sai, we'll say Sai, 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 we will be chanting. Okay. Ajaba Japa is the state after the Japa where even our breathing will become the recitation. Getting my point? It's practical. That means 24/7, you will be reciting his name. Right? All the time. That is the highest blessings a devotee can get. Na? If you start practicing this japa, certain methods, not just the japa, there is a way to do that. If you do that, the result is ajaba jap. That is, it will become your nature. The Nam Jap become your very existence. 24/7 you will be in Nam Jap. The highest form of devotion. The best example is our Bajrangbali. Anjanaya, right? He is the best example. No one can, beat him in his devotion. He is the best example being a devotee. All the time Ram, 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 Ram. We will become that. Everyone can become Bajrangbali. Just by practicing what Baba taught. Nam Jap. With certain pranayam. If we do that, Jap will become Ajaba Jap. Ajaba Japa Yoga. 24/7, all the time. We will be in communion with Baba. That is the best way that one can face the world. And the best way to leave that and go whenever we want. Without disturbing anyone. That is practical. I'm not talking any rocket science or big shastras. It's very, very much possible because every day we're going to enter into the yoga session. Anyone knows the agenda of that? This is the agenda. First part is to know about Baba, how to know and all that. The last session of this satsang is to learn the yoga. What I know, I will share with you. The jap, nam jap. With that, we will finish the satsang. But before that, let me tell you one more theoretical thing. Every day, we are going to death. You know that? Anyone knows that? Every day it is happening naturally. Deep sleep. In Ayurveda and Yoga Shastra, the consciousness is defined as 4 states. We have to know this, then only this jap will become a japa jap. So I request you all to listen to this, that there is a 4th state of consciousness that every being, living being, carries. One is Jagrat, the so-called awakened state, where the consciousness works with these senses. And that consciousness works with the senses, we are in the so-called awakened state that we are talking to each other. Then we are going into the state of swapna, dream. When we go to sleep, we will enter into a consciousness of dream state called swapna. That is another way of consciousness. In that, we will live in the mental space. Am I right? Getting my point? There is a story. I shared the story yesterday. That's the story about Dasharatha Maharaj. One day, Dasharatha Maharaj, finishing all his job, he was returning for the day. He was going and he was lying down to sleep. Okay. So one day, Dasharatha Maharaj, finishing all his job, works, and he about to go to sleep. And he is lying down, tired. Suddenly the soldier came and, Raja, got up, get up, get up, get up. Enemy came, captured, done. We are no way to escape, nothing. He captured. And he was saying that the enemy entered. The enemy king entered. And he said, Dasharath, I have all the respect for you. Get out. I am not going to kill you. Go out from your kingdom. Because he is Chakravarti, na? He is ruling 56 countries. So he crossed all that 56 and he got out of his kingdom. He was tired, hungry, and he saw someone is giving another. There is a queue and there someone giving another. So he joined the queue. When his turn came, it got over. Chakravarti's, state, like his turn over. But the one who is giving the food got some pity on Chakravarti and said, wait, whatever the remaining, he scrubbed it and put it in something and gave it to him. And with all the hunger, okay, he was about to receive, a bird came, hit, that also spoiled. And Chakravarti was so, got frustrated, he got up he was dreaming all that. Getting my point? He was dreaming. Because he went to sleep, he got this dream. In that dream, he saw all that and he got up. But it was so real for him. Getting my point? It was so real for him. He asked his minister, what is the meaning of this? The minister said, there is a yogi, we'll go and ask him. So the yogi said, which is true? This one true or that one is true? He said, this is true because that is dream that I know. He said, in the dream, that is very much true, right? Everyone has this experience, right? Some dreams are very, very much real.
Realistic, yeah.
So that is why I'm saying that is a mental space. So the yogi said, in both of that, you are there. That is true. So here what I'm trying to say, we are shifting into a consciousness called swapna or dream. That also sometimes seems like true, real, right? Follow that very carefully because this will help you in the ajabajab. So we are shifting from the fully awakened state called Jagrat from the swapna, and from the swapna we are entering into the state of deep sleep called Shushupti. That is a 3rd state of consciousness, where we don't know anything, blankness. That state of sleep is there, where consciousness is there, but we don't know what is that. Okay, deep sleep. Then, the Yoga Shastra and Ayurveda says there is a 4th state of consciousness. That is called Turiya. The literal meaning of Turiya is 4th. So the 4th is the state we have to attain. When we do the jab with certain methods, we will go into the state of Turiya, which is become the Ajabajab. We will be in that state all the time. Ajabajab, reciting his name all the time. It will become our nature. So we have to understand that it is all shifting the nature from one state to another through the jap. That is why we have the jap. When we do the jap, okay, our focus is in one place. See, in Kriya Yoga and any other yoga, the objective is to attain the samadhi, Turiya. For that, we have to practice certain things. Have you heard of Ashtanga Yoga? Anyone heard of Ashtanga Yoga? Patanjali? Not the Patanjali Baba. Not the one. The one who wrote the Yoga Shastra. The Patanjali Muni. He wrote in Yoga Shastra, he classified yoga into Ashtanga Yoga. 8 parts of yoga. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. These are the 8 parts. The objective is to attain the 8th one, the Samadhi. For that we have to travel all the 7. See, here we will understand the simplicity of Baba by understanding Ashtanga Yoga. Okay, let me explain, how our Guru is so simple. See, Ashtanga Yoga is this 8 part, starting from Yama, Niyama. Yama means self-discipline. Eating right thing, right time, self-discipline. Why we need that? Then only the body and mind will be in certain harmony, health. Why we need that? Then only we can sit and do the yoga sadhana, pranayam, all that stuff. That needs lot of sitting, asana. For that, the body and mind need some health. So, yama. Then comes the niyama, which is social discipline. If you don't have social discipline, people won't allow us to sit in a place. Am I right? If you don't have a harmony with our neighbors or with others, they will knock your door. They won't sit. They won't allow you to sit. Right? So, yama, niyama is the social discipline. When we practice these two, then we can sit in a place. With this 2 discipline only, we can sit in a place which is called the asana, posture. When we take the asana like this, Ardha Siddhasana, Siddhasana, Sukhasana, Padmasana, whatever. If you do that, then only we can enter into the 4th called pranayam. Why we have to do pranayam? Then only the pratyahar will happen, where we will be filtering our senses. Getting my point? Why we have to filtering senses? Because when we filter our senses, then only we will reach the utmost state of consciousness. Because we are ruled with the senses and we are having an identity that we are so and so. And we know that is not us. When we filter the senses, our identity will get filtered out. When the identity is filtered out, what will be there? The true identity, the Paramatma. The Jivatma, when filter all the senses, will become the Paramatma. That's what Baba attained. So the pratyahar is the process of filtering out the senses. When we filter out the senses, what will happen is dhara. The buddhi will become focused in one. That is the place where we will realize what we are. The Jivatma Darshan, Atma Darshan will happen. Dharana. When we practice dharana, then will happen dhyana. Dhyana. Dhyana is nothing but very simple.
Meditation.
Huh?
Meditation.
Yeah, meditation is a very loose word. I'll better use the word dhyan. Because dhyan is a very beautiful Sanskrit word. That means, again, I was talking about samadhi, right? I said samadhi is sama plus di. If you see the dhyan, again there is a di. Di is buddhi. Di plus ayana, dhyana. Ayana means the way of buddhi. Got it? The way of buddhi should be towards samadhi. The 8th one. So dhyana is a state of consciousness which is equivalent to your deep sleep. If you enter your deep sleep with awareness, that becomes dhyana. Getting my point? Because in your deep sleep is very, comfortable, right? For everyone. Have you know about Ananta Padmanabha Swami? The Vishnu sleeping on the Sheshnag. In South, we call him as Ananta Sayanan. The Sanskrit name Ananta Sayanan means the one who is sleeping with bliss. Ananta Sayanan. Sayanan means the one who is sleeping. Ananta means bliss. Ananta means not happiness. Ananta is bliss. Because if you say happiness, you will identify happiness with sorrow. Without sorrow, happiness won't exist. Anant means the state which is beyond happiness and sorrow. Okay, which is beyond the sufferings. Right? So the one who sleeps in the sleep state.
Excuse me. The battery is getting drained in 60 seconds.
Battery?
Yeah, the battery of this phone.
The power bank is there. With that wire. Wire also. Get a wire. Because more than thousands of people watching.
Yeah, because the session is
They
going
also get benefited. Yeah. Yeah, on the, no, the black one. This black one, na? There is a slot. Yes. Okay.
No, it is still not. Yeah, now
Good that you are watching.
4 hours and 7 minutes.
Oh, okay. So, another sign. Right? In if you note in Thiruvananthapuram, in Kerala, the temple called Thiruvananthapuram, right? Where this Vishnu is sleeping on the Seshna, and you will have a small smile on that. Why it is depicted like that? Because the one in the deep is without the influences of the senses, and he is in the Ananda. When the sense influence, then everything will come. Our bills, our commitments, everything will suffer. The one in the deep sleep is not under the suffering because he is not under the influence of senses. But what is the use? We don't know anything. If we enter with this awareness in the state of deep sleep, we become the true Anantasayana. That is called Dhyan. Dhyan is nothing but entering into the deep sleep with awareness. If we practice the Dhyan for a quite long time, then we will enter the Samadhi. Samadhi is not a rocket science, it's not only for yogis. Anyone can practice, anyone can become. That is what Baba made it so simple. All this I was saying, Yama, Niyama, Asana, that, this. Nothing is needed. All you need is Jab. Jab will take you to Samadhi. That is what we call it as. That is what he taught us. Such a simple Guru, right? We don't need to do all the yoga. That is nothing needed. Do the Jab and you will realize. And that's why I'm going to share my knowledge on that practically. Because the result will get yourself into Sai Chaitanya. But Chaitanya will get in communion with that. That's what Japa will become Ajapa. Right? But that got 4 stages. Here I can share my knowledge only the 2 stages. The third, not for everyone, because that involves, I have to check their health and everything. But the first way anyone can learn, if you practice with the consistency, if you are showing interest, and any day you can call me, to call I can teach you the rest 3 and 4. Okay? And again, I have to be very careful. There is no commercial. Okay, this is my Guru Seva that whatever he taught me, I am teaching with others. That's all. Okay, so don't think like 3 and 4 is saying maybe he will charge it. No, he has given me enough, and I'm going to do that. So the thing is like that. I want people to learn. My devotees, my Baba's devotees should not suffer. They should not be taken for a ride. So first thing we have to learn about him. The second thing we have to practice the japa so that we can become one with him. Shall we do that?
Yes.
Shall we do that? Are you ready for that? For the yoga? Okay. So this got 2 parts. One I call Hasta Chakra Yoga, where I'll be activating. Have you know about the chakras of your body?
Yeah.
Anyone know that we have chakras, Kundalini, all that stuff? 7 chakras. What are those? Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddhi, and the seventh one is not there. Okay. We say Sahasra is there, it is not, it is infinite. That is Samadhi actually. So we have the six basic, there are hundreds and thousands of chakras are there in our body. But primarily, we classify that into six. Basically, we have hundreds of chakras actually. Okay. So as we said, the chakra in the Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddhi and Nagna. Like that, we have chakra in our palm. The center of our palm. We have chakra there. That is called Hasta chakra. What I'm going to do is I'm going to activate that. That anyone can do. Not a big thing. Okay. What you can do is you have to press this. Okay. Okay. The center of your palm. Okay. Just press this. Both the palms. Okay. Now you follow me. Then you practice. After pressing this, okay, do the pressing one more time. After pressing that, all you have to lift your hand like this, close your eyes, and focus where you press. That's all. And hold the hand as long as possible for you. Okay, as long as possible for you. If you have any pain, not able to, you can keep it down. But it is recommended to hold it as long as possible like this. Okay, so first, press it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes, hold your hands up, and feel where you pressed. Stay there as long as possible. Keep the hand flat. The hand should be flat. Feel the place where you pressed. If you want to rest, you can rest. But I highly recommend you to hold as long as possible to feel your chakra. We don't have any experience of chakra, but practicing this, we will come to know by your experience such things exist. Hold it as long as possible. Focus where you pressed, the center of your palm. Whenever you want to relax, open your eyes. Whenever you want, then you can open. Otherwise, practice this as long as possible. But when you want to relax, slowly open your eyes and exercise. But if you practice this as long as possible, the benefit is yours. Once everyone is done, then we will finish this part. Fine. Okay, shall we slowly relax? Open your eyes. Aram se. Slowly, gradually. Yes. How do you feel? How do you feel? Okay. What physically you felt? Anyone like to share your experience? This is the most powerful method, a tantric way yoga. I have to be very careful. One of the most corrupted word, tantric yoga. Okay, this tantric means it's a very old one. I mean, this alone will take someone to someone, actually, because anyone know about vipassana? Heard of vipassana? All you have to do is you have to sit and watch your breath. You should not manipulate. You have to watch your breath, the way it is going and coming. That itself will take you to samadhi. The most powerful meditation technique of Buddhist tradition, called vipassana. This is yoga. This is Asta Chakra yoga. This is like that. This is a Nadi Sutti. This will cleanse your prana that flowing inside your body. This is very powerful because it is directly connected with your heart. The physical heart and the spiritual heart, both the heart. So when you keep practicing this, you don't have any rules and regulations for this. Whenever you want, you can do that. Only you have to avoid while eating. Other times you can do. Like other yogas, you have a lot of rules, no? Empty stomach, you're going to have that. But for this, there is no rules. Whenever your heart says, you can do. Just lift, close your eyes, feel that. No need to press again. Have any of you felt anything in your palm?
Slight pain.
Huh?
Slight pain.
What?
Pain. Slight
Pain. Anyone other than pain? No?
Pressing your sensation.
What do you feel? Sensation.
Yeah.
What kind?
Pressure.
Ah. Anyone else felt the pressure? You keep practicing this when going back home. This is so powerful that she felt the pressure. That is nothing but the pressure. She experienced her own prana. If you keep practicing that back home, aram se, sit in a one calm place, lift your hand, feel that. Okay? You will feel that pressure. That is your prana. Every being carries 5 bodies. According to Ayurveda and Yoga Shastra, every being carries 5 bodies. Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vinyanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. Today you felt what she felt, the initial experience of your Pranamaya Kosha. We exist in multiple layers. Only yogis can see that, it exists in multiple layers. We know only Annamaya Kosha. Annamaya Kosha is a body made of food. Anna means body, food. You know that? The word Sanskrit,
Yes,
Anna. Anna means food. Our parents gave this body through their seminal fluid that is made of food. And we are growing up with food. So that is why it is called Annamaya Kosha. And then we have the Pranamaya Kosha, the body made of Pran Shakti, the life force. And because of that life force comes that Manomaya Kosha, the mental body. Have you heard that if there is no Pran, the body is dead, the person is dead? Right? Have you heard of that? Okay. Because Prana is the binding force between the Manas and the Annamaya Kosha. If there is a less Prana, that means we are going down. We're going to get out of the soon. When we are getting old, that means our prana is going down. That is why pranayam will. Have you noticed that people who are doing pranayam for a long time, they will look young, right? That is because they can sustain the life force, so their tissues will get rejuvenated. Got it? In Ayurveda, there is a thing called Shakti Rupa Dravayam, Shakti Yukta Dravayam, Shakti Hina Dravayam. This is the Ayurvedic system where our body is. The Annamaya Kosha is maintained that way, where there is a thing called Shakti Rupa Dravayam, where 3 dosha is there, Vada, Pitta, Kapha. The Vada, again classified into many, the main classification is Pran. Okay, the Pran is doing 10 works in our body, fundamentally 5. You know that? Pranavayu, Apanavayu, Uttanavayu, Dhyanavayu, and Samana. When we are doing Arti to Baba, have you heard this? When we are doing the Nevedyam, this is offered. You know why? This is the highest form of Nevedyam, surrender. We are connected with body because of this 5 vayus. When we are surrendering this 5 vayu to our Guru, we will detach ourselves from our body. And that way, we will attain the wisdom of Brahmagnya, of Sadguru. Because these 5 vayus are binding you. Got it? This vayu binding your body and mind. And you are thinking you are individual. If you are surrendering this vayu to your Guru, that will detach you from your body and from your mind. And one day what will remain there is the Vinyanamaya Kosha, the body of Buddhi. Yes, that is Nivedya. Otherwise, what is the need for that? When we are offering food to Baba, we are singing that, na? Apana Swaha. Right? That is because we are surrendering our vayu, these things to Baba, so that we will get detached, so that we will attain the wisdom, certain wisdom. Okay? So this prana is that powerful. Okay? If you practice that, that will take care of certain things. And I'll tell you one thing. If you practice this for 48 days, consistently, sitting at one place, as much as possible, as many as possible in a day, if you do this, 48 days, you will be just like that, you will be happy, ecstatic, for no reason. Yes, I'm telling you, 48 days you do and you call me. Because you will be just like that happy, you will feel very blissful, you will feel blissed, toned down, that whoever, whatever, put a stone on, throw a stone on him, he won't worry about it. You'll have a smile and get away from that. And that person will confuse. Right? This practice is so powerful that will keep you in 48 days, that will give you that state of living. Because this will cleanse your prana, the way it is running in your body. If prana is cleansed, the way it is blocked, it is running properly, your intellect will work properly. Otherwise, the intellect will work only with your senses. We know na Rajas, Tamas, Sattvic. If you practice this, this will take you to the Sattvic. Otherwise, we will be in Tamas and Rajas. And sufferings will be there. Of course, life is all about that only. But we will be in a better position to handle it if we are in Sattvic consciousness. So if you do this 48 days, your state of mind will become Sattvic. And so that you can handle people. Got it? So this is one. Now we are going to the real deal, which I call as Sai Chaitanya Yoga. I'm going to share 2 stages of that, actually 4 stages. As I told you, only I can teach 2 now. The other 2, the 3 and 4, only when people do it. Because I've seen many people, the 3 and 4 will take time to learn. That needs some dedication. If you practice this 2, then you call me. You can take number from Sandhya, from Jyoti ji. You can call me anytime or text me. I will teach you the balance 3 and 4. But before that, I will ask you certain questions. If you answer that, because that way I can understand that you did it properly. Otherwise, you will be not into any hallucinations, because this may take you that. So if you practice this and then call me for the 3rd and 4th, I will just over call, I will tell you, matter of 5 minutes. And as I said, there is no commercial. Okay, it's just matter of few words. I will tell you that this is the thing you have to do, because it's all proportions of prana. Can you do that? Sai Chaitanya Yoga. You understand the name? You will get yourself connected with Sai Chaitanya. Got it? When you are connected with Sai Chaitanya, no need to depend on anyone. It is between you and Sai. A direct communion between you and Sai. Okay? You don't need anyone in between. I am here to convey this, that's all. After that, you will be on your own. You and Sai. Correct? Shall we? Okay. Stage 1. Let me explain, then we will practice. This is pranayama with japa. Okay. So, in stage 1, where you have to inhale and exhale in a proportion. That proportion is 1:2. Inhale 4 seconds. If you inhale 4 seconds, you have to exhale 8 seconds. Getting my point? Hope all can hear me right. If you change this proportion, you will get the verb, all that thing. So please be careful on what I am talking. The ratio is 1:2. That means if you inhale 4 seconds, you have to exhale 8 seconds. When you exhale, while you exhale, you have to chant loudly Om Sai. Okay? Let me explain again. You have to inhale 4 seconds and you have to exhale 8 seconds. While you are exhaling, you have to chant Om Sai. It will be difficult, but you have to keep practicing. Got it? Like that, you have to do 9 times. Inhale and exhale with Om Sai. That is 1 round. Like that, 9 rounds. Shall we? Any doubt? Inhale 4 seconds. Exhale 8 seconds with Om Sai. While exhale, Om Sai, 9 rounds. Please start. And we have to hear Om Sai. Make it loud. Okay. Yep. Now we'll enter into stage 2. But how is this? Okay. Okay. Stage 2. Before going to stage 2, we will be doing the same stage 1 3 times. Then we will enter into stage 2. Let me explain what is stage 2. Okay. Now the proportion is different. Okay. Now the proportion is equal. First we did 4 and 8. Right? Now we're going to do same. Okay. 5 is to 5. 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale. This time, when you inhale, listen carefully. We're going to inhale 5 seconds. We're going to exhale 5 seconds. While we inhale, okay, we have to say Om. And when we inhale, imagine that there is a warm white light from your tailbone, traveling from your tailbone through your spine, reaching your head. Imagination. In your imagination, think that a white warm ball is traveling from your tailbone at the back of your spine, end of your spine. It is when you say Om, you are inhaling. When you inhale, the ball is coming from the tailbone to your head. When you exhale, Sai, the thing should go back to the tailbone. That white warm ball. In your imagination, don't ask me if there is no white ball. In your imagination, the white ball should go back to your tailbone. Okay? That is 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale. While you inhale, say Om, and imagine there is a white warm ball traveling from your tailbone to your head. And when you exhale, say Sai, and that white ball is again going back to your tailbone to your spine. Simple. But you're going to do this by starting stage 1, which is 1:2. Do 3 rounds of stage 1 and then do the stage 4 9 times. Sorry, stage 2 9 times. So stage 1 3 times, immediately followed stage 2 9 times. And with that, we are ending the session. Okay? Please start.
what we miss in Satcharitra, the details to various chapters and all. And that is actually, I feel that for Sai devotees, it is a must. I feel that your book is actually very inspiring to know more and more about Baba.
Yes,
This is, I truly feel.
Yes.
And the way you have been able to put your findings into words, that is actually amazing.
Yeah.
While
I would like to share something about our book. See, this volume 1.
yeah,
That means we're going to have volume 2.
exactly.
Right. Volume 1. Why I split into volume 1, volume 2? Because there are concepts that much of us doesn't know. So I want to introduce the concept. Only when we know the concepts, then we can understand volume 2. That's
Correct.
why I introduced certain Guru Parambara concepts, everything in volume 1. By understanding that, we can get into volume 2. That's why I split into 2.
So thank you, and actually Baba blessings to you as well,
Yes, of course.
who made you, write that book and spread your research, the knowledge that you found amongst all of us.
Thank you.